voice keeps disconnecting, and I haven't been able to hear anything. I can't hear a thing. I've got nothing. Right, I've got no phones. Jake, is the rain on the static camera my end? The lens? Is the spots of rain? Does the lens need cleaning?
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2. You hear me okay? One, two, 1, 2.
So welcome to the MCC versus ECB Chairs Disability 11, featuring players from England's men's deaf, learning disability and physical disability squads. What an exciting fixture this is. First time that this format of the game has been played on the main square here at Lord's. It follows on from a terrific game we had earlier today where we blind, partially visually impaired cricketers were playing. That was a 10-over game won by the England Red team, who beat the MCC team, which had featured MCC President Mark Nicholas. And now to continue this spectacular day of cricket, we have this fixture. It's a 40-over game, and the toss took place at midday, and the MCC have elected to bat. We have the umpires out. They put the bails on the pitch, and we're thrilled today as well to have both Ben Folkes and Nathan Lyon will be joining us in the commentary box. So we have a smattering of spectators around as the ECB side make their way onto the pitch, led by Callum Flynn. And well, what a fantastic day this is going to be. I'm in the commentary box alongside Will Hobbs. Will, we're very excited to be here, aren't we?
Yeah, and I'm with Nick Headley. An absolute privilege as ever to be at Lord's from the media centre for a genuinely historic day of cricket. Every day at Lord's is special, but this really is. This has never happened before. A disabled cricket game taking place on the main outfield at the home of cricket, and an array of international talent in store for us. As Nick mentioned, a T10 game at the start of the day featuring players from men's and women's England sides of the visually impaired variety, and now players from the physical disability team, from learning disability, and from England's deaf team. MCC versus ECB. The MCC, playing in the darker blue without the numbers and the names on the back, won the toss and have elected to bat. This is a 40-over game, and we can't wait to get started.
And conditions improved. It was been a cloudy, very cloudy, slightly dark start we had earlier on the day, but it's still cloudy, but it's light. There's a gentle breeze running across the ground. The MCC flags in their full splendour, fluttering gently in the breeze as the ECB side take to their fielding positions. And opening the batting for the MCC, we have Granger and Davey, Odge Davey, who has played in the Worcestershire Sunday League, and alongside him we have Granger, who I'm afraid we have only a limited amount of information on at this moment in time. Opening the bowling for the ECB will be Greenway, and George Greenway, who and the first delivery is just tucked into the offside, and there is no run. So George Greenway, who's a member of the England deaf cricket team, captain in fact of the England teams, he comes in, bowls and is outside the leg stump. There's appeal for a sharp bit of wicket keeping there, whipped off the bails, but Granger was safely in his crease, and so the umpire was unmoved, and Greenway had strayed down the leg side, so that's been called a wide. So the MCC innings is underway, 1 for no loss, as Greenway comes in, and this is played nicely by Granger. He's just guided that out to the offside, over the boundary rope for 4, and a very nice, assured looking shot.
Yeah, the left arm around the wicket from the bowler. I believe it's, unless he's wearing the wrong shirt, the scoreboard has misguided us. I think it's Flynn opening the bowling with the left arm swing, and Granger was who just opened the face, as you said there, Nick.
As he's up to the stumps now and he bowls, and this again is guided into the offside, but only as far as the fielder at a backward point. A dot ball, 5 for no loss. We're in the first over, and as Flynn, off his 6 or 7 yard pace out, right arm over, and he wraps him on the pad, and it just trickles out into the offside, and no run.
Plenty of swing early on with that white ball under cloudy but slightly bright skies here at the home of cricket.
So Callum Flynn, who is captain of the England Disability League, and that's a nice in-swinging delivery that Granger just forces up to mid-off for a dot ball.
There is our man Greenway fielding in the offside.
Flynn's in again, and this one again just shaping in as they come through for a sharpish single as the ball goes out into the offside. So that's the end of the first over, 6 for no loss, and as the sun comes out to greet us.
It does indeed, really tidy start from Callum Flynn. Just that gentle in-swing, a roundabout off stump, and the boundary he conceded was just a sweet bit of timing out the middle of the bat, opening of the face and running down to the grandstand just square of the wicket. It's a good piece of batting. Watchful early on, but that timing just meaning that the score ticked along in the first over. So a promising start for the batting side.
So opening the bowling from the pavilion end will be Liam O'Brien, who in 2018 was named Lord's Tamworth's Disability Cricket of the Year, and he just organising his field now. He's got one slip in, and a man deep outside the cover boundary as he will come in to bowl to Granger. He's up the stumps now and just short of a length, and Granger goes back and just tries to force it off the back foot, doesn't really time it, and O'Brien does the fielding off his own bowling. O'Brien back to his mark with a smile on his face. As Will said, in dark blue outfits, as a nice full delivery is pushed hard by Granger into the offside, but can't get through the fielder. It's George there who is fielding at extra cover. So dot ball, 6 for no loss. We're in the second over. O'Brien is in again, and this is a well-directed delivery. Granger just happy to come forward and play it back down the pitch. No run. The left-handed Granger, very correct back lift. As O'Brien is in, and he's onto the back foot, and they think about a single, and but actually Granger sends Davey back. And no run, tidy over so far from O'Brien. We assume this is the first time he's played on the main pitch at Lord's. As he's up again to the stumps, and this is a lovely looking shot from Granger. He's going to get 4 runs. Nothing really wrong with the delivery, but Granger just limped into it, played it on the up, and crashed it up towards the pavilion for 4.
Yeah, it's not really a bad ball. It's not an out-and-out half volley, but a crashing blow. Gets a great stride in and throws the hands at it, cracks it through extra cover. That's a gorgeous way to start for Granger, who's 9 off 11.
This one from O'Brien is again well directed, and Granger just very happy just to push it up to mid-off, And that is the end of the second over with the MCC 10 for no loss. And O'Brien, aside from that one delivery which was dispatched to the ground, a very tidy first over. So I'm now being joined in the commentary box by Ben Folkes. Ben.
Harry, nice to meet you.
And obviously Nick Headley, good to see you. So do you know these players?
I don't actually, but I'm quite intrigued, to be honest, because I saw second ball, that little leg side attempted stumping, and he's got quicker hands than me, so I'm quite interested to know more about him.
It was a very smart bit of kicking, wasn't it? Yeah, really very, very quick. But yeah, similar to you, we're learning about these players and a bit more on that as we've got Callum Flynn coming in from the nursery end. He's up goals short of a length, and it's drop catch. He got an outside edge. It went at very catchable height to the fielder at slip, and he just couldn't quite hold on. But that felt, just looking at the replay now, that was certainly a comfortable charge. He possibly just got into it slightly late. It was Liam O'Brien who's fielding at slip, as this one is pushed off the back foot by Davey, who will get off the mark, and he runs through for a single. 11 for no loss. So Ben, you're here today in what capacity?
Yeah, just been asked to come along, and yeah, I did a bit of table cricket a couple of years ago,
Right.
and really enjoyed that. So I think any opportunity to get involved and come and see other styles of cricket is a great opportunity.
As this one from deliveries pushed for Granger, and they take a sharp single. The bails come off as the throw comes in, but Davey is comfortably playing one more onto the total.
I think on that drop catch, I think it's actually he just went a little bit too far. It's actually one thing about playing at Lords with that slope. You actually travel a lot further than you think.
As this delivery is outside the offside, it's been called a wide, just straying a bit beyond the allowable limit. So you explain also what you just
yeah, just because of how big that slope is, it's quite unique on a cricket pitch to have your feet so uneven. So as you kind of dive, as you're going down the hill, you travel a lot further than you think. And the opposite, going the other way up the hill, you don't quite get as far as you think. So I think that just did from there.
That delivery from Flynn is Davey just tries to push into the leg side, but he doesn't get it past the fielder. As this delivery from Flynn, and there's a appeal for caught behind. He's gone. Granger is out. He tried to make a bit of room for himself, cut it into the offside. He got an under edge and straight through to the wicketkeeper. Who made it look very, very straightforward. I suspect you probably admired that, didn't you, Ben?
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed actually. Yeah, he's making it look very easy, and that definitely, yeah, that's not an easy take, especially in these sort of conditions where it's kissing off and a little bit of nip out there. To be able to take it like that, yeah, very impressive.
It's very good. So Thomas, the Liam Thomas, is the player, and he actually, I understand as well, he has fingers, or I don't know whether they still are, but refused together as well.
Oh wow!
As part of a disability. He's both, I think, undeveloped, has his knee amputated from halfway down. So certainly demonstrating that his disability has been no impediment to him being very, very accomplished behind the stumps.
Yeah, I think just in terms of pure hands, I think that's as good as I've seen. So, yeah, really, really good.
Very good. And so you're, well, we've got the new Blair coming in. What does your summer look like now?
Not too sure, to be honest. It's all bits and pieces. Just trying to work it out and play as I go with in the championship for Surrey.
Yeah.
We are currently top in that, so I think that's the main focus at the moment. We've got a nice lead in that, so just trying to maintain that and get rid of the rivals, try and push them a bit further back, and then hopefully win our third in a row, which would be a great achievement.
Yeah, well, you're looking at Surrey looking very, very strong.
Yeah, I think we've got a great squad and a great setup. I think our challenge is obviously losing guys to England.
Well, that's exactly Atkinson and Smith.
Yeah, I think no one obviously has much sympathy for us generally, which is
I
fair
guess
enough.
that's true.
But yeah, I think obviously that's something we have to try and deal with.
As Flynn comes into the new batsman, Luke Schlemmer, who's immediately off the mark, he pushes out into the offside, and the score moves on to 15 for 1. So it really will be Surrey this, unless I guess Jamie Smith has an accident or form drops off dramatically. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, by pushing down the stairs.
Well, that's what I was wondering, whether suddenly there's an unfortunate trip at the Oval at some point.
I think that's, for me at the moment, just focusing on Surrey stuff. I think after having a few years in the Test stuff, I've kind of neglected my white ball cricket, so that's going to be a push for me, is try and have a winter of really working on that and trying to get that back to where I'd like it to be.
Yeah, very good. So we've got Luke Schlemmer's new batsman. He's off the mark, 15 for 1. And we've got Liam O'Brien, who will continue for the pavilion end, and he will be bowling to Schlemmer, who's just taking his guard, surveying the field. And we've got the sun out as O'Brien. He's up to the stumps now. He bowls and just short of a length, and Schlemmer just happy to go back foot and push it down the pitch. And so in terms of the one-day cricket, you've also got the T20.
Yeah.
Do you play the 100?
No, I don't play the 100. So I think that's going to be my next kind of focus, is trying to get back into that sort of thing.
As O'Brien's in again, and this is full delivery, just turned into the leg side, and no run as George comes in and does the fielding. And how different is that discipline? I mean, when you think the switch from Test cricket to 2020 batting.
Yep. Yeah, it's a big obviously difference, but I think it is something that you just have to be practicing and work on.
This delivery is just pushed into the offside by Schlemmer, and no run. Good tidy over from O'Brien so far.
But yeah, I think I guess I've had kind of 4 years without really doing any white ball cricket, and I think you do notice how quickly it drops off.
Right.
So I think just a bit of time and dedication.
Is that right? So you've really just made it on the Tests.
Yeah, I think it was just I got injured and then got in a couple of Test squads in the summer and stuff. So it just happened to be that I didn't really do it.
As O'Brien's in, and that's turned into the leg side, and they'll come through for a quick single. And Schlemmer moves to 2, scores 16 for 1.
Yeah, I think the way the game's obviously going, it's mainly focused towards the white ball. So I think you'd be silly not to give it a crack.
Not to really get good at that.
That would be definitely something I'll look at.
Would perhaps bring you in this over, but your thoughts on Test cricket? I mean, we almost had what looked like being an exciting fixture yesterday, and then it dropped off. But the first game really not a competition. O'Brien's in, and that's full delivery, but nicely played by Davey, driving up to mid-off, and there's no run. Your thoughts on Test cricket versus? I mean, is there a future?
Yeah, 100%. I definitely think there's a future. I think obviously it does seem to be more in certain countries. So I think growing the game outside of those countries is very important.
As O'Brien comes in, and this is played nicely. Well, actually, great bit of fielding. He was hit firmly by Schlemmer out into the offside, and then diving to his right. I think I'm not quite sure who that is, but nice bit of fielding. Otherwise, I think that would have raced a boundary for 4. So that's at the end of the 4th over with 16 for 1. A solid start for ECB at this moment in time. Certainly having the game under control. Have you ever played any alongside disabled cricketers?
I don't think I actually have before. I've obviously watched some of the unique things that can happen on social medias back in the day. I think I remember once a guy's leg coming off and him continuing to field the ball, which is an incredible effort and great dedication and determination. So So some of the things you can watch in it are fantastic to see.
So that first delivery from Flynn is a dot ball as Schlemmer just pads it down the pitch. So this next delivery turned into the leg side, but again no run. And so for now, although you've still got the central contract, haven't you? But you'll so which come in after this next delivery is again Schlemmer tries to turn it to the leg side but can't break the field. But you're really spend this summer very much now with Surrey.
Yeah, yeah, it's quite unique how the central contracts work. Obviously, October to October. So I played quite a lot of cricket without one, and then the nature of the way it goes,
as this one, there are going to be runs here. Actually, only just a single in the end from Schlemmer, but he forces it down into the offside, and he moves on to 3, scores 17 for 1.
So I was probably involved for maybe 5 or 6 years without one, in and out of England teams, and then like during the Ashes and stuff, wasn't playing, but on one, and then similarly this summer. So
there's a full delivery from Flynn, and Davies not able to do anything more than just dig it out. Another dot ball.
But yeah, they're obviously a fantastic thing for a cricketer to be able to get, and it gives you a little bit of security. But yeah, at the moment, just Surrey.
Yeah, and that's a good delivery that Davey has to work hard to keep out. So that's the end of the 5th over, with ECB on 7 MCC innings underway at 17 for 1. And did you have a sense that Jamie Smith was making progress? Did you sort of see him coming up hard on the rails? Because obviously, his wicket keeping, he doesn't wicket keep.
Yeah,
Surrey.
Yeah, I think it's a unique situation, because I'd say coming back from India, I didn't think anything was on the radar at all, and then naturally you start getting asked more questions and you hear certain things.
So Brian's in, and that's a nice firm push by Schlemmer, but he can't get it past Brown, who's fielding it at mid-off.
Yeah, I obviously knew England had a lot of desire to see him and rated him very highly, but I'd say for both of us, we probably didn't think it was on the cards. Really? And then the closer it got, it was kind of, have you heard anything? Okay. And it was a strange situation in that sense.
As that one was just pushed down into the covers by Schlemmer, no run. And you presumably got the call, did you, from Brendan or then Stokes?
Yeah, I knew before I was told, just because anyone that was going to be involved wasn't going to play the round of championship fixtures before, and
so
Gus Atkinson and Ollie Pope had been pulled out and I hadn't, so it's a little bit of a clue for me. So
this turned nicely by Schlemmer into the leg side, and they'll come back for a second as Edwards comes in off the leg side boundary to do the fielding.
Yeah, me and Jamie were both in the squad for that championship game, so neither of us thought we were in at that time. So, and then obviously great for him to get the nod.
Got it. Presumably pretty gutting for you though, seeing that Atkinson and Pope were.
Yeah.
And this delivery's pushed. That's going to be 4 runs. A lovely shot off the back foot by Schlemmer. Just slightly short delivery from O'Brien, and Schlemmer was onto it very, very quickly, and able to guide it to the cover boundary. So he moves on to 9, and the score 23 for 1. And I think, Ben, I'm getting from my commentary team that it's probably time for us to release you, because you've got other duties. So
no problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for having you on. Best of luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you.
And look forward to seeing you having great success to the 2020 cricket.
Thank you.
As O'Brien now, he's in up the stumps, he bowls, and that's pushed firmly up down the ground. It won't quite go for 4, but they'll certainly come back for 2 as the fielder, who's Brown, reaches the ball now and throws it in. So the score moves on to 25 for 1. Schlemmer is making good progress. And Will Hobbs has joined me again in the summarisers chair. Thank you very much indeed, Ben Folkes, for coming to join us, as this delivery from O'Brien is just played back down the ground by Schlemmer, and that's the end of the 6th over. The score is 25 for 1. Your thoughts on, well, anything? I think we've heard from Ben Folkes, or the start of the MCC.
What an amazing guy. What a great wicket keeper, great cricketer, and just so relaxed and amicable as well. What a charmer. Great to have Ben Folkes with us. And great standard of cricket so far. Some brilliant new ball bowling outside that off stump with some nibble and some swing. Sun coming out now, maybe the batting conditions might start to get easier. A great contest so far.
So it's Flynn. He's up to start his 4th over, and this one is going to pushed out into the offside, and they'll come through for an easy single as the fielder, I think, is it Edwards out there, does the fielding. But anyway, one more onto the total, 26 for 1. Davies on 3. Schlemmer is the man to face as Flynn bowls, and good delivery, just pushing Schlemmer onto the back foot, and he just plays it up to mid-on where the fielding is done.
He would be a frustrating bowler to face, you'd think, Flynn. Just hovering it around that off stump, doesn't really yield in terms of length. It's good areas.
As he's up now, and Schlemmer tries to force it off the back foot, but he can't get it past George, who's fielding at mid-off. 26 for 1. We're in the 7th over of this 40-over innings. MCC won the toss and decided back. It's a full delivery and driven, but only as far as George, out into the covers. Another dot ball. Been very tidy so far. He's in his 4th over. He's taken 1 for 13 at this point in time, as he's up to some 6 or 7 and his paces. And this is just guided into the leg side, the offside, and one more onto the total. Slight misfield there, but no damage done, as they've got a fielder out on the offside. Flynn, he's I'm guessing, what is he, 5'10", something like that, bearded, and up the stumps now, swinging outside. A lovely stop by Jackson in the covers. So that's the end of the 7th over, with MCC on 27 for 1.
Maybe it's too much Bazball in me, but I just think with that lateral movement and with that consistency of length, I potentially have maybe 1 or 2 more catches in for Callum Flynn. He looks really dangerous with that new ball, and 13 runs from those 4 overs with that wicket. Really good start from the new ball bowler at the top of the innings. I know it's a 40-over game and runs are important, and especially in the power play you've got one eye on that, but wickets are the way to restrict run rate.
As O'Brien comes in, and this is forced firmly by Schlemmer, but he can't get it past the fielder Price, who's at mid-on. So tight bowling from these openers at the moment. O'Brien, his 4th over, he's just conceded 13 so far. And, as he's up to the stumps now, this is again just pushed into the offside, but Jackson does the fielding out in the covers, no run. Good tidy stuff. Very rare 40-over cricket these days. As O'Brien is turned nicely off his legs into the vacant fine leg area, good bit of fielding down in front of us by Edwards, and 2 more onto the total. Schlemmer moves on to 14, 29 for 1. It's still overcast again, and some darkish clouds around us, but we're expecting it to be dry. As this good delivery from O'Brien, just pushing Schlemmer onto the back foot, and no run. So we've got a heavy offside field for O'Brien. He's just got the 3 on the onside, and 1 slip in, and very heavily populated offside. As this is a lovely looking shot from Schlemmer, but he won't get any run for it. I do wonder whether there might have been an opportunity for a single there, actually, because it went fast-ish, but nonetheless to the left-hand side of the fielder, and I think there probably was an opportunity if they'd gone hard for it. But as it was, they didn't, so the score 29 for 1. Just 2 runs off this over so far. And this one, it's going to be another dot ball. Schlemmer happy, treats the ball with a lot of respect. So that's the end of the 8th over, and we are 29 for 1. So the run rate at the moment just 3.6. It's fairly measured stuff, but there's the importance of building a total, building an innings. I think we're about to have a change of bowling, as Greenway will George Greenway, captain of the England team, plays for the Hawks alongside Callum Flynn. He will come in, and actually no, I misguided that. Greenway has the ball in hand, but it looks to me as though Edwards will be doing the bowling. So Chris Edwards, captain of the Learning Disability Cricket team in the past, and a full-time coach with the Cheshire Cricket Board. So he's in now. Shortish run up to the stump, and he bowls, and nice floated delivery, and very well fielded there at cover. Why is that Flynn there?
Yes, Callum Flynn.
Callum Flynn, very well fielded by Callum Flynn, diving to his right. It's Davey, he's 3 not out, and this one again driven nicely into the offside. Great bit of fielding by George, just moving to his left, and again possibly the opportunity for the MCC to think about some singles here, but at the moment they're not going for it. It's short of delivery and just bounces on him, and definitely beaten by the pace and bounce off the pitch there.
And the swing,
from Edwards.
That's gorgeous from Edwards. That's angling in, moving towards the batter, and then bouncing away and lifting. That's a wonderful bit of bowling.
And this is a lovely shot. It deserves something for it. He absolutely middled it, but it flew 1 bounce to Flynn, and he took it just above his right shoulder, and no run. One of those shots you always feel gutted as a batsman you haven't got it past the fielder, and that one, well, sharp bit of wicket keeping. Bails were off as the ball went outside the outside edge of Davey's bat, but no run and no wicket. Edwards, tidy over so far, maiden, last delivery, and it's going to be a maiden because Davey's unable to get it past Flynn. So the score at the end of the 9th over remains 29 for 1. Perhaps just a little bit of pressure building on Davey. He's three not out of 14 deliveries. Schlemmer, he's 14 off 25. But I think if you're Davey, you might feel he certainly played that reasonably accomplished. He might have felt he might have picked 1 or 2 runs out of that over.
Well, Chris Edwards, that's an exceptional first over. I mean, Jimmy Anderson retired here last week. He seems to be back already. I mean, you can tell he's an England captain. Chris Edwards, beautiful away swing on a incredibly tight length, consistent, one that moved in and nipped away, that would have taken the edge of only the very best batters. Anyone else would have missed it by miles. Got some good bounce extracted there as well. There's a bit of a theme to this innings so far. It's good medium pace bowling outside the off stump, good away swing from a lot of the bowlers. Some nice drives off the front foot, met almost every time by athletic fielding. So only singles and dot balls apart from the odd boundary, so it's a tight display from the fielding side so far from the ECB. And MCC batters are still there, just one down.
So we've got new bowler coming in from the pavilion end. It's Josh Price, and it's a nice first looping delivery. He's left arm bowler, and Schlemmer onto the back foot, but played straight back down the ground. As Price is in again, and Schlemmer tries to get down the pitch, but slightly beaten in the flight there, and so in the end just dug it out. Another dot ball, a little bit of pressure beginning to build on these batsmen now. And it's a nice floated delivery, but there will be runs this time as it's turned nicely by Schlemmer. Off his toes, out into the leg side where the fielding is done. And one more to the total, 30 for 1. We're in the 10th over as Davey just marking out his guard and surveying the field. I think he's not quite sure whether that's I think it's a green helmet he's actually got on, as that's a nice delivery from Price, but Davey just is able only to pick out George, who's fielding at mid-wicket. Tidy over so far from Price, and this one, well, Davey's gone for it, but he didn't quite middle it. Slightly aerial, not totally in control of the shot, but a couple of bounces, and fielded at mid-on, who's just on the edge of the circle. Final delivery of this Price over, and well, Davies again showed a bit of intent, but hasn't quite timed it. So that's the end of the very tidy over from Edwards, and with just the one from Price, rather, just the one run coming out for 30 for 1 at the end of the 10th over. Your thoughts on this MCC inning so far?
Yeah, you mentioned frustration for Davey building 3 off 17. I think we saw it there at the end of that over. You've seen a build up of pressure, build up of dot balls. Bowlers haven't necessarily created too many chances. They've beaten the edge a few times as Edwards returns, but there have been a lot of shots that have been timed sweetly and found the fielders, and that just builds the agginess for the batters. And Davey there looking to create an opportunity by going down the ground and not finding his rhythm yet. Still 3 off 17.
As Edwards starting this over, another over from the nursery end, driven firmly by Schlemmer up the pitch, but there's no run. 30 for 1. Schlemmer, he's faced 29's delivery, and he's going to pick up a single here as he hits it firmly out into the offside. Well, he may well hit more. It's going to, I don't quite know whether that hit the boundary right. There was a misfield, and I think he just got away with it. I think if we'd had a third umpire here, they might just have been looking at that, because that was perilously close. I think that may well, we'll see. Looking at our replay,
he's done okay. I think he's done okay.
I think he's just got away with it. So it's Davey now facing, and sorry, Schlemmer. He's got this firmly away. It's racing up to the boundary here, but a spirited chase from Price down in front of us is able just to keep them down to 2 runs, so 3 runs. So the score moves on to 35 for 1. And a couple of nice looking shots from Schlemmer.
2 sumptuous drives. Could have had 2 boundaries there, but he's timed them well all innings, but he's found the field. And those 2 times he found the gap, and that second one was to the long side of the ground. So because they are playing much closer to the grandstand than the Tavern stand, so it's a really nice cover drive.
Davey now. Well, it's in the air. He's going to be out. He is out. He tried to turn it into the leg side, got a leading edge, and it's just popped up. And the simplest of simplest catches for Edwards. So the MCC lose their second wicket. Davey departs for 3. To be honest, he'd never quite got going. He'd been in for 18 deliveries and showed a little bit of frustration, I think, in the last over with Price. And then this one, he's just literally scooped it back to the bowler. And Edwards, I don't think he'll get any more simple catch than that.
Well, he deserves it. It was an incredible first over from Edwards, driven a couple of times there, kept the full length because he knew that he had the accuracy and the swing to continue to build pressure and cause problems. I think it was the swing that did for Davey. He was looking to work it on the leg side. He wasn't in rhythm, was Davey, at any point. And as he tried to turn it away, he just got turned into an S, completely squared up. And yeah, just scooped it, as you say, right up into the air on a plate for the bowler. And Edwards has his wicket. He deserves it. Some excellent bowling so far from England Disability captain. And it looks like perfect conditions for his style of bowling. Cloudy, overcast, still bright sunshine, so not a miserable day to be out in the field. But the ball doing plenty, particularly at that pace of Edwards.
Well, the new batsman coming in is Jamie Goodwin, and he's been an integral part of the physical disability cricket. So he will come to the wicket with MCC a little bit on the back foot, 35 for 2 in the 11th over. Haven't really found any momentum yet to this innings, so we could do with these two building a bit of a partnership. Schlemmer's looked in reasonable touch. He's 20 not out of 31 deliveries, but at the moment the ECB just applying the pressure with the ball as we just wait for the left-handed Goodwin to survey the field, take his guard. And Edwards is just organising his field. He's got a balanced field, no slip now. He's got a sort of short third. As he's up to the stumps now, bowls. It's a full toss. Nice, easy delivery to greet Goodwin. And he was just very happy, though, just to treat it with respect. And Edwards does the fielding of his bowling. Final delivery of this second Edwards over. He's up the stumps, and Goodwin comes correctly forward, and no run. So 35 for 2 at the end of the 11th over.
Yeah, another tidy over from Edwards. More than tidy, dangerous. Bringing that batsman forward each time. We haven't seen too many back foot shots here. And it's a greenish wicket. Not sure how well you can see that on the stream, but it is green. It's a luscious outfield given the summer of grey and wetness we've had. Very helpful conditions for the new ball bowlers. And we got Price now, the spinner. We have a tidy first over. Just one from it. Left arm round the wicket, bowls down the leg side, taken neatly. It's signalled wide by the umpire. Got to be so tight when you're bowling straight in this limited overs format with those blue tram lines. Price in again, it's full and played quietly down the ground by Schlemmer. He'll look to be driving Price, you'd think. Colossal biceps on the batsman. Haven't seen them to their full effect yet, although he has timed some drives nicely. Price in again, it's full, driven, but not quite timed. They're going to get a single, to the disappointment of Callum Flynn. He moves to his left, wanted to pick up and throw that quickly. One more to the total.
I think the MCC batsmen need to be looking to do that. There are some singles to be had out here. The field is actually reasonably well spread, and I think they just need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. These bowlers are very good. They're very accomplished. There aren't any easy boundary balls there, but just keep rotating the strike.
Josh Price, a star of the England deaf cricket team, comes into bowl. That's beautiful. It's a left arm off spinner that goes straight on as he signalled to his fielders. He's an international star, this man. He's taken wickets, plenty of them against Australia on tour. He's won a Lord's Taverners Award in 2022 for his efforts. And again it beats the outside edge. Lovely flight and dip and drift.
Fantastic
So much to
delivery,
like
wasn't it?
about this left arm spinner. He's going through his overs quickly. Wonder what Nathan Lyon thinks watching on from the stands. Price in again outside. Now he gets the outside edge and you wonder why there's not a catch, because he's a catcher there. He's beaten the edge twice, then finds it. And Edwards, the fast bowler, gets round to do the fielding. Surely a slip for Josh Price.
Oh,
The
he's
batter
bowling
all ends
beautifully,
up.
isn't he?
It really is. What will happen again? That outside edge get tested yet again. It's a slightly straighter one, but again the outside edge is beaten. The bail's come off from the wicket keeper. He knows he's in the game. And just a replay of that dismissal from Edwards. Just a bit of swing away from the batter, who looked to tuck it through the onside. It was Davey who was struggling with 3 runs from, that was his 18th ball. He just pied it up to the England captain Edwards, who's back in action now from the nursery end. So Price there completing his second over. And Edwards now for his third, outside the off stump again, slight nip away off the seam, and the outside portion of the bat caught by the newish white ball. 12 overs old now. As we've said, given the level of grass on this outfield, the lusciousness of it, that ball should stay fairly new for quite a while. A few places it will be roughed up, especially when it's not hitting the boundary ropes very often. Edwards in again, chopped away off the edge by Goodwin, fielded at short third. Schlemmer back on strike. Right-handed Schlemmer, so they get through for a quick single. So Schlemmer, the set batsman. MCC needs some impetus. What can he do now? Times one nicely through the cover region, but there is extra protection to the long side of the ground towards the tavern. And the man on the boundary does the fielding. One more to Schlemmer, one more to the MCC. 42 for 2 after 12.5. Edwards coming in over the wicket. It's glided away, but straight to the man. Patrolling the edge of the circle at third. Nicely worked angle by Goodwin, who got a single there previously. Straight to the man. So Edwards in again, and it's pulled away, swivel pull. Out to square leg, just a single. Fielding from the boundary from Price. MCC need a change of gear, you feel. Only a 40 over game. They've come up against some excellent bowling. In comes Edwards, inside edge onto pad. He holds his head there as the England captain takes his cap and his glasses from the umpire. Another frustrating over for the MCC. No wickets from it, just the 4 singles. But we're yet to see pressure put back on the bowlers, Nick Headley.
Yeah, well, I think the run rate at the moment 3.3. I think what they would like is a bit of a partnership between these two. Schlemmer, as you say, is well set. It's important that he doesn't get out at this moment in time, and maybe for the next 10 overs or so continue at the same rate with a view of accelerating as the ball gets softer and older into overs 25 and 40.
So in comes Price for his third over down the leg side. What's it come off? There was an attempt
Called
to
a wide,
sweep.
actually.
It's come off the gloves of the keeper then. Second wide for Price. Left arm up to the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Drive squirted through the square cover region. Bring Schlemmer back on strike. .23 from 36. Schlemmer driving again, full-blooded, straight to the man.
Yeah, well taken single, that. Just firmly pushed, but they set off quickly and made the ground comfortably.
Good initiative, even if the gap wasn't pierced on the front foot mentally outside the off stump from Price. Just had a cheeky glance at the umpire, but
Yeah,
no wide signal.
can't have been close, far away from being a wide.
He comes again, squinting down at the batsman. He drives square of the wicket, single. Bit of a theme here. Spread field. ECB happy to concede the ones. Run rate of 3.48 won't scare the bowling side after 13.5 overs. Schlemmer again facing up to Price, driving again, and this time it's timed really nicely, and that's going shooting away for 4. That's the boundary Schlemmer was looking for. He's played that shot countless times so far. Juicy flight from Price. Schlemmer got right forward, cracking a low slap drive away. Really nicely timed. Gets a good stride in, does Schlemmer. Right to the pitch of the ball. Slightly shorter this time, carved away square. Similar region, but straight to Jackson on the cover boundary. So Schlemmer finding rhythm as he goes. 29 off 39, a solid foundation to explode off potentially.
Well, I really liked the way the MCC played that over. Just picking up the singles, which just meant that Price wasn't able to settle. And then, as he was just trying to find his rhythm, just over-pitching slightly, and then Schlemmer was onto it very quickly. But I think that's the key here is, you know, the bowlers are good, they're bowling tight, just looking to pick up the singles.
Goodwin facing up, outside edge, squared up that time by Edwards. It's right back on the money. You're absolutely right, Nick. Even those good balls bowling by Price, and there were a few of them, it makes such a difference when you turn those good balls into singles. As Edwards comes in and bowls full, on drive this time, not timed. It's a point Ian Bishop was making about Joe Root yesterday, how one of his great assets is turning good balls into runs, putting bowlers off their lengths. Just constantly rotated the strike and being busy, not letting bowlers settle. Edwards looks very settled in, and it's dropped into the offside. Will they take a single? No, they won't. Tight fielding on the edge there. So Schlemmer facing, Edwards bowling from the nursery end. Drive straight to extra cover.
Yeah, good, being backed up well by the field here, Greenway. Good fielding, just making it very tight. Important for Schlemmer not to do anything stupid now. 3 dot balls so far in this over.
Edwards in, outside edge again, dot ball again. Pleasing stuff from Edwards. 4 dots in a row, just as Schlemmer at the end of the last over was looking to accelerate.
Also a lovely bit of fielding there by Liam O'Brien, running to his left.
So Edwards, can it be another maiden? It's outside the off stump, and it will be yet another. 9 runs conceded off his 4 overs so far. Looking every bit the England captain he is. It's Chris Edwards.
Yeah, super bit of bowling, and he's just got that pace. He's putting it in the right spot all the time, but that medium pace that just makes it very difficult to use the pace of the ball to get it past the fielders.
40 over game, just 2.5 runs coming from an Edwards over. Bowls like a captain, he bowls like a coach. Full-time Hertfordshire coach, of course. That's what they always say, the coaches. Line and length, bit of away movement, that off stump, hit the top of off. Ticks every box, does Chris Edwards. England learning disabilities captain. Price is in, and forward comes Goodwin this time with his bat and pad together, causing a little bit of excitement behind the stumps. From Greenway at first slip.
I have put a slip in, exactly.
They're definitely listening, Nick. Listening to Ben folks, listening to us. Price outside the off stump. Slap drive, square of the wicket. We'll get 1. Brown with the fielding. Zings in the throw to the wicket keeper. Liam Thomas. In comes Price. Forward comes Schlemmer, no run. It's full again, this time a full banger from Price. Schlemmer can't make the most of it though. So stingy bowling continues. It's a remarkably diverse side, this ECB 11. England learning disability, physical disability, and partially hearing players, all representing one side. England styled kit as that's tucked away off the pads delicately into the onside. Another gentle single, and at the end of another gentle over. 3 quietly taken singles.
But doing the right thing, these 2 players. Just building a foundation, a partnership now of 20. And just important to get a couple of players set. And as the ball softens, then there will be plenty of opportunities for scoring shots later on in the innings, particularly if you've got wickets in hand.
Not sure the ball is swinging quite as much as at the start of the overs, but as Edwards still getting a bit of movement, he is. That's started on about middle and off line and ends up going just down the leg side.
Well, he inquired, didn't he, for leg before wicket, but I think that was comfortably pitched outside leg. Probably, to be fair, probably looking at our replay, it wasn't a bad shout, but definitely pitched outside leg.
Yeah, might have started on and then just drifted away. That's definitely pitched outside leg, down the leg side, and gone for 4 wides. It's the first errant delivery from Chris Edwards. Just looking for that miracle ball, starting it slightly too far down leg. It just followed down the Lord's slope, actually. Away for 4 wides. Uncharacteristic error from Edwards. See how he responds. It's much better delivery this time. Again, that nibble in to the left-hander and the inside edge onto pad. Really is a joy to watch Chris Edwards go about his work on such a grand stage. The first time ever a game like this has been played on this wicket, in this arena, on this outfield, as Goodwin helps himself to another single, takes him to 9. 61 for 2, the MCC, building steadily and gradually, but solidly. Wonder when a change of tactic, a change of temperature will come. Trotting in now comes Edwards, full and straight, played very solidly indeed by Schlemmer. Two bulging arms behind that straight bat. And Edwards skipping in with a concentrating face, and it's flayed away that time through third. No slip in place, just a
Yeah, it wasn't
kind of
totally in
wide-ish
control
gully.
on that
No,
one. Could have
not at all.
gone. Could have gone anywhere really. Could have gone to hand. I was just about to say how well Schlemmer's played. Very much played within himself. Played sensibly, helping to build this foundation.
Without slips, you do have that luxury of throwing your hands at it, and that's an in-dipping Yorker from Goodwin. Another dot ball. And another good over, that 4 wide's the only blemish. Couple of singles, couple of edges found yet again. These two batters just looking to see off Luke Edwards, it seems.
He's certainly
Chris
very
Edwards, should I
difficult to
say.
score on. What is he? 5 overs, just conceded the 16. But Price also very tidy, 4 overs for 17. The required run rate 3.6. It's just crept up a tiny little bit over the past few overs.
Really good combination from these two bowlers. Left arm spinner, right arm swinger. And just tucked away into the onside. They thought about 2 as O'Brien made the stop but not the gather, but they settled for 1. In comes Price again. Pavilion end, outside the off stump, and misses the edge. It bounds off the keeper Thomas's gloves, drops onto the offside. Now they've lost the slip. Don't know where the slips move to, but it seems a strange decision. It's a rather loose delivery from Price. Just slipped out the hand that time. Chuckles all round.
I suspect he was probably happy it went for a wide, actually, because otherwise, if it had been a bit close to the batsman, it would be a very easy ball to hit away for a boundary.
Climb into. Outside the off stump again. Outside the outside edge. A slight pee on a wicket. Thomas with the quick hands. They took the slip out, which seemed a strange decision given how much the outside edge was being threatened. Some words between batter and celebrating fielders. Lovely bit of flight there on our good replay.
I wonder
For the naked eye,
I wonder whether he hit that.
he definitely hit the
certainly-
floor, I think.
Yeah,
Did the
he
bat make
certainly
contact with the floor?
muttered as he went off.
Yeah, and straight away he
But
just...
that does look a slightly harsh dismissal there.
The grimace comes straight away, doesn't it? And he does have a GoPro on his helmet, so I'm sure he'll be reviewing his
we're
own
just
footage.
looking at it again, and it looks, well, from
It's-
that
it's-
angle
it's-
you
it's
can't
hard to
necessarily
tell,
tell.
isn't it?
But from the other angle, it certainly looked as though there was space between bat and ball.
Yeah.
But very sure. I mean, let's not take anything away from Thomas. It was very, very sharp bit of fielding from him. The wicket keeping we've seen from him so far, Liam Thomas, has been terrific.
It really has. Quick hands, and the bowling as well. Josh Price deserved that. Just saw him wave up to a hospitality box where potentially some of his family are watching on, delighted by that wicket. 64 for 3 now, and that is the thing. It's all very well being cautious and respectful of the bowling for 17 overs, but if you do that and then lose a wicket, you suddenly leave yourself struggling slightly. So we're nearly at the halfway stage. And the scoring hasn't picked up at any point.
Important breakthrough for ECB on that one, because that partnership was, what was it, ended up being, I think it's a 34-run partnership, something like that. But they both just look to be finding a bit of timing, a tiny bit of momentum, and immediately that's a bit of a check break on that.
Just a partnership of 29. It felt like they'd been there together quite a while without making much of a dent into the bowling. So Goodwin's gone for 9. And outside the off stump to the right-hander this time is Price, turning it away from the right-hander. Layman Umesh Valjee, born in South Africa. And it's a nice start from Valjee and a really good diving stop on the boundary, skidding to his left-hand side. An excellent stop, because that was nicely timed by the open face. And Valjee just rolling the wrists on it outside the off stump. Thought he'd helped himself to his first boundary. Good timing alone, but once again, the ECB bowlers backed up by their fielders. Schlemmer on strike against Price, turning it away from him. Plays it solidly down the ground, but straight to O'Brien, who mimics the visceral throw in to the bowler's end.
Yeah, it'd be interesting just to have a look at that replay again, and just see whether or not difficult for us to see from that angle. But certainly Liam Thomas was up within seconds, but I just wonder whether or not he really had got a touch on it.
So it looks like we have a new bowler. George coming in from the nursery end. Stephen George, another England cricketer for the deaf team. He's also won an England Deaf Cricketer of the Year award. He's played his county cricket in Devon. Looks like he's an all-rounder as well. He'll be coming in with some more seam up, looking to wobble that seam. Get something off the pitch. It's been a helpful surface so far for the bowlers, helpful conditions, but they've helped themselves as well with their lines and lengths. And it's full and outside the off stump, played defensively by Valjee. Stephen George, sporting a very sharp haircut, comes in, and that's a wild away swinger. It's going all the way to the boundary. Shows you though there's still swing out there. Liam Thomas poleaxed on the floor. There's no chance he was getting there. Probably would have aided a first slip as well, to be honest. So movement to be controlled.
Yeah, I think it was misdirected, but as you say, a bit of swing as well. And a welcome boundary.
Pleasing signs for the bowler to get that much swing early doors. It's full and straight, driven nicely down the ground. It's going to go all the way. That's a wonderful piece of timing. Excellent batsmanship from Valjee. Effortless push down the ground, just a flowing arc of the blade. Nice pumping backlift, and just flows his hands through and finishes with a flourish and a
shot,
punch. So George responding on the back foot is Valjee push back. picture perfect, that last shot.
So the scoreboard in front of us has given Valjee 9. But is that right? Because I think it's the 4 wides, isn't it? Rather,
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that.
I think he's only hit 1 boundary.
Yes, 1 boundary. And then
Oh, he's going to be
a
out.
couple of singles. Has he got an inside edge on that? Has that just come off the pad? I think it's just off the pad from Valjee. No hint of celebrations or appeals. Again, that movement back
Yeah,
in, and
off
yeah,
the flag.
missed the bat by a distance. But again, smart wicket keeping to scramble and get there from Thomas, who whips the bails off again. You see why Ben Folkes was
Raving, that's right,
impressed.
about his wicket keeping is terrific.
Liam Thomas has rapid hands. Standing up to a bowler who's bowling with some lick and some movement as well. More significantly. Change angling, George in wide this time, and Thomas does well to prevent more wides. Just the one from that ball. So plenty of action from this first George over. 4 wides, a beautiful 4 down the ground from the bat, and another wide, but some good movement in and amongst it. Outside edge that time, dribbled away.
Well, I'm just looking at Liam Thomas there. And
Has it caught him on the finger?
I think it's caught him somewhere. Because that's hurt him. He's thrown off his glove instantly. And he's shaking his hand. Was that a chance?
Well, have a look on one of our replays. Must have hit the top of his finger for him to be shaking his hand out like that.
Just having a look at the replay and see what happened here.
Again, movement away, and yeah, it's a chance. I think there's a deflection, because I think Thomas takes that ball easily if there isn't, and it just deflects onto the tip of his finger. Yeah, real agony, because it picks up pace as well off the nick. His hands were set, and just that fine nick played late, but he looks to be good to continue, despite the grimaces. Did look a painful one for the wicketkeeper. So, new bowler Greenway in, and now a bit of pace, a bit of jump, and one of the first short balls I think we've seen this innings. A wry smile from Greenway. It's 1 for the over. Statement of intent. What a way to start.
It was quite high, that one. He's probably lucky not to be called a wide in this format of cricket.
Another deaf cricket international, George Greenway, previously captained the side. He's in again. It's a full swinging delivery this time. So many skills on show for these different bowlers. That was a late away swinger that caught the inside edge of Valjee, went for a flashing drive through the covers. Just signals with his glove that he was caught out by the late swing. Greenway now bounding up to the wicket from the pavilion end outside the off stump. A cruising drive through the offside, straight to the fielder. So Schlemmer to face, 32 off 51, 77 for 3. Run rate just picked up in the last couple of overs thanks to some extras and a couple of well struck boundaries. So Greenway pumping in, and that's cut Schlemmer in half. That's a gorgeous delivery.
It was a terrific delivery, wasn't it? Let's maybe have a look at the replay of how that seemed just moved away a bit.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
just
seam
moved
movement.
in. Just see movement in.
Let's back up the slope as well. Certainly the quickest bowler we've seen today, George Greenway. Rattling up to the stumps. With real menace and poise in again. It's back of a length, it's the splice of the bat. This is no tall fast bowling in his first over. Some fuller ones, started with that cheeky bouncer. Now a heavy length delivery that pushes the batsman back. That run rate just threatening to get up to 4. Having pretty consistently 3.5 and under for the majority of the nearly 20 overs we've had so far. Full and straight, 2 full. Just tucked away rather than dispatched. And O'Brien, who's been busy at mid-on, does the fielding well. So Schlemmer moves to 33 off 54. He's the anchor of this innings. Valjee 11 off 12. Some beaming drives so far from him. And a decent start from Greenway. He'll be happy with his first over, just 2 from it. 78 for 3. We're halfway through the first innings. And drinks will be taken.
Yeah, so I think something for everyone, for either side, to take away from this. I think the ECB will probably be the happier of the two. They kept the run rate below 4 consistently throughout this innings, and they have got the 3 wickets. But by the same token, runs, you know, if you get a 160 to 200, that will still need a team to bat well, and you'll need someone to get out to the middle and at least anchor the innings with a 50 or a 60. So there will be something to bowl at.
Yeah.
But ideally, if you're thinking about the MCC, what they would like to do is accelerate a bit in between overs 25 and 40 and post a total in excess of 200. That's ideally where they'd like to be. But a 180 total, if they can get that, would certainly need ECB to bat sensibly to get after it.
Granger started brightly before he had to go, courtesy of Flynn, caught behind. Davey never got going, 3 off 18 deliveries. And then we had the wicket of Goodwin, who also struggled to go through the gears. Schlemmer's been defiant, 33 off 54, and Valjee's joined him and has looked stylish. Pick of the bowlers, I'd say, is Chris Edwards. 2 maidens from his 5. Seam movement and swing. Left arm spin at Price has also been accurate and dangerous. And then we've seen some extra pace from George Greenway in the last over. George has been on the money too. In good spirits, that bowling side. We saw earlier in the day Price waving up to one of the boxes after his wicket. Whether it was an outside edge or not, batsman Goodwin was not convinced. Very disappointed, in fact. What the umpire said went. Just have a look at that dismissal, that slow motion. It does look like the bat makes contact with the ground, so it could have been the noise, but we definitely can't tell you the ball didn't hit the outside edge.
Yeah, it'd be good just to have a look at it from that other angle. The front on angle was the one that you probably had the best view of it. But there we go. Umpire's decision is final. That's
There we go. We do have another angle. The
really
gloves,
see
the
it.
gloves take it. But I mean, what can't be doubted is Liam Thomas's keeping so far has been exceptional. Looks like he's shaken off that knock to the top of his finger from the last edge from Schlemmer. Would have been an excellent take. Will go down as a chance, and Liam Thomas I'm sure, sets very high standards for himself, so won't be too happy with that. But overall, he has to say his keeping has impressed Ben Folkes, and can you get more praise than that? Probably not, from the man that Ben Stokes has called the best wicket-keeper in the world on a number of occasions. So we've had our drinks. In comes George from the nursery end, played defensively and thoroughly by Valjee. George keeping up with the trend of full straight, nibbly medium pace. It's full and slightly wide, but just inside the blue line.
Nice take again from the wicket-keeper, Liam Thomas.
Just feel there could still be an opportunity for a catcher behind square on the offside. Those outside edges being tested on the regular. George again bringing Valjee forward. Trickles square off the outside half.
It's tight bowling.
So Valjee facing up to George. It's outside the off stump again. Played off the middle of the bat, opened the face, went straight to the man at backward point.
And I'm going to leave you now, and from the summarisers chair, and Sam Darling will come in and take over.
Thank you, Nick. A day he will never forget, when he became best friends with Ben Folkes for 10 minutes. What a magical day at Lord's for everyone involved, including Nick Headley. So Schlemmer back on strike. He's on 34, providing the foundation of the innings for the MCC. Strong, particularly through to the offside. Found the fielder on most of the occasions when he went for those big drives, but has pierced the ring on a couple of occasions. Valjee with the pick of the shot so far this inning, straight down the ground, pinged off the middle. Looked effortless as well. A Moeen Ali-esque bat arc. So in comes Greenway with the extra pace, tipped away down the leg side by Valjee. Settle for one. Welcome, Sam.
Hello. How are you? I was very impressed that my surname was pronounced correctly as well. That very rarely happens first time. What a joy it is to be here. George Greenway, a proper athlete, has a serious run-up. He comes in off skipper of the England deaf side in that recent series they played against India, lost against India.
Greenway bounding in with plenty of intent. We'll hear about that series in a bit, as it's a full toss worked away to the onside. So how recent was that series then, Sam?
Oh, last couple of weeks, finished off. India came over. It was the first ever bilateral T20 series, or first ever bilateral series between England and India. Really competitive as well. What was it? 7 games, 5 locations, 10 days. It was a brilliant tour. India came out on top. India were a serious side. Tell you what, they had a couple of players who wouldn't have looked out of place in the Vitality Blast.
Some brilliant bowling, especially so far today. The stand's been impeccable. Greenway started with the bouncers, goes for a shortish delivery, signalled wide. Well down the leg side that time.
Loads of players involved in that. George Greenway was the skipper. Stephen George, who's bowling at the other end, nursery end here at Lord's, he was involved. Umesh Valjee out there, long-standing opening batter for the England deaf side. He's at the strikers end, in fact. I mean, he's a classy player.
Really
he made his England debut back in '92, I think it was.
Oh goodness, proper campaigner. Knows his way around the crease, facing against his teammate now, and it's full and straight. Defends with aplomb and gets a single as well. It's good running, soft hands. So Valjee moves to 14. Schlemmer back on strike.
You're right, it's a glorious day. We've got the game out here, out back on the nursery ground. There's Ben Folkes keeping wicket, Nathan Lyons at short mid on, Adam Hills is at deep square leg for a bit of Super Ones cricket out the back. Some kids having a great time out there.
Just briefly, Super Ones. Explain. Super Ones cricket. We'll get more intel on that as it comes in. Nathan Lyon and Adam Hills coming in to the commentary box later on, so I'm sure we can get first-hand insight from them. But
it's the Lord's Taverners. I was going to say invention. Is invention the right word? Basically, it's a chance for kids and young adults with a disability aged 12 to 24 just to play some regular cricket. It's huge in this country. Thousands of kids and adults play it. It's become really, really popular. And they're out back showcasing. I think they've got the TV cameras around as well. All from Sky are there.
Lord's the place to be, not for the first time. Greenway down the leg side. Pull shot aimed down to fine leg, signalled wide. Was well wide down that leg side. Liam Thomas. Impressive away to his left again with the gloves.
Did I hear you saying that Ben Folkes liked the look of Liam Thomas with the gloves?
Ben Folkes was... He looked slightly nervous looking at him, in fact. Quivering in his seat next to Nick Headley. No, not quite. Ben Folkes. I don't think he has to be nervous watching anyone keep wicket, but he was mightily impressed with the quick hands. I think Liam Thomas got a caught behind as Ben Folkes was on the mic.
He's a very, very good keeper, Liam Thomas. Has that prosthetic limb on his right lower leg, but his hands are superb. He's a brilliant athlete. Very good in the Disability Premier League. ECB's flagship disability tournament.
Yeah, DPL, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great fun. Been going a couple of years now. The standard as well is just creeping up because they're getting players, people that didn't know that there was as much disability cricket as there has been. So
Greenway in, full and straight, full toss, brilliantly fielded. That was cracked away off the middle of the bat. Dot ball to end the over. Second over from Greenway, 7 from his 2.
Greenway's one of the skippers. I think Liam Thomas skippered a side. His side might have won the first ever edition actually, but they do a draft for it each year. And to start with, they were struggling a little bit for numbers. And I think this year they had scores of people miss out on the draft just because people have seen it on the ECB's YouTube channel or advertised in various different places. The final's on Sky. It's last couple of years it's been as part of double header, I think, with England women. I think this year it's at Cardiff at the same time England men, well not exactly the same time, but just before England's men's side take on Australia in a T20 international.
That's right, September the 13th at Sophia Gardens in Cardiff, the DPL final. As George comes in, it's a beautiful delivery. It's cleaned up Valjee, and the England man has to go. That was an exceptional piece of bowling, and you've just got to hand it to the bowler there. Valjee looks disgusted with himself, but fair play. That's a wonderful piece of medium pace bowling with a bit of swing back in to the right hander, and we'll see it again. That is the perfect length. On the slow-mo replay does it all, just beats them all ends up. It might just move, it might have just straightened. It's angling in. Valjee looks to play it straight, and it beats his outside edge and hits the bottom of off stump. That is a superb piece of play from George.
Does him in the flight. Always does him in the flight. He'll be disappointed. George will be delighted. Those two teammates in the England deaf side, so I'm sure that will get brought up over the course of the rest of the summer and probably the rest of their careers. George is one of those remarkable cricketers, one of those annoying cricketers actually, who he bats, he bowls, he keeps wicket. In that England Deaf series, he kept wicket in a couple of games and then they needed his bowling, so took the pads off and, well, did what he does here.
Wow, that's extraordinary. If you can bowl like that and keep. George Greenway bowling that last over. As you said there, Sam, he steered the Hawks to victory in the DPL final alongside Callum Flynn, who opened the bowling today. Flynn took 2 wickets in that game. And one of these annoying cricketers again, Flynn also scored 83 in that final.
He's a proper cricketer. Callum Flynn plays his club cricket up in Lancashire, first team cricketer. Seriously good player. Took the new ball. I think I arrived, I have to apologise, I was slightly tardy. I am just back from honeymoon, so I was on the train this morning. Missed the first couple of overs, but I did see Callum with a relatively new ball in hand, at least from this nursery end. Hoops it around a bit. There's a bit of commentary too up at Lancashire. Says there, Lancs TV. Good guy, Callum Flynn.
So we've got a new batter with us. Surname Scott.
Is it George?
George Scott we're hearing. Get some more intel on George Scott. As we come, he's facing his first delivery against George, who's 1 for 13, and he plays solidly up back to the bowler.
Well, I'm just wondering, I don't know this for sure, but could it be the George Scott who I think was at Middlesex and Gloucestershire for a bit? I'll do some Googling, shall I?
Yeah, we'll get Sam, our commentator slash producer slash researcher, all over the career of G. Scott, who's facing up against George, potentially his namesake.
This man might know, actually. Fletch from Middlesex. Is that George Scott, formerly of Middlesex and Gloucestershire? No, batting. It could be. So we're a long way away. He is called George Scott, so it would be, as Fletcher's just saying, he's got the stance of George Scott. So I reckon we're probably 85% of the way there to confirming it. I'm going to call it.
Well, the bowler's George and the batter's Scott, and the batter may well be George Scott. So George Scott defends against George into the offside. No run. 3 solid defensive shots. Fletch from Middlesex, pretty confident. Yeah, verified. Internally verified by Middlesex officially. This is George Scott.
Gets a blue tick.
Blue tick. Well, not that that means anything anymore. Just a little bit of away movement from George, which Scott can't quite get a hold of. Shapes to play, but didn't chase it. So wicket maiden for George. 1 of 13. So George Scott in the middle with Schlemmer, who's still there, 35 of 59.
Played a decent bit of professional cricket, George Scott. Spell here at Middlesex to start with, went to Gloucestershire for a little bit. Must have been a couple of years ago, I think, the last time he played. But would have played, I reckon, something like 60, 70, 80 pro games. So always a decent standard when you're playing the MCC.
So George Greenway, England captain for the deaf side, coming in with pace down the leg side. Wide signal. Thomas unsurprisingly takes down the leg side. Still grimacing slightly, the keeper, from that nick from Valjee that caught the top of his finger. So Greenway, 2 overs for 8 so far, for 9 after that wide delivery. And he comes full outside the off stump, cracked away. Is that going for 4? It is. It's going to beat the man on the boundary. That's an excellent shot. We've seen those drives before from Schlemmer, not for a while. He's waited and waited and waited and pounced. Bangs it through extra cover. Excellent timing, excellent power, easy power from Schlemmer. Didn't do much wrong there, Greenway, just met with a flowing blade and a powerful batter. And he comes to respond, and it's down the leg side. So 2 wides and a 4 for the fast bowler here.
Just not quite getting to grips with the slope. Occasionally, and in that England Deaf series, with that extra pace, he did tend to go for a few runs. Just struggled with his radar a touch. Sometimes George Greenway, serious cricketer with bat and ball.
And it's Nick Headley back in commentary as Greenway tears in, and well, the tempted pull by Schlemmer, but he doesn't make contact.
He does make eye contact with the umpire at the non-striker then, though, doesn't he? Just saying, was that not a one-day wide umps? Arms not coming out?
And I think he probably had reasonable justification, didn't he?
Just got away with that one, I reckon. It's probably how you term it. For
Yeah, I think so. Did he? I mean, the umpire obviously just felt it went over leg stump, I guess, did he? 91 for 4. We're in the 24th over, as this one's guided out into the offside by Schlemmer. And chance of overthrow. There is an overthrow, actually. And slightly sloppy bit of play from the ECB there. So Schlemmer comes back for the second run. He moves on to 41. And the score 93 for 4.
yeah, that will not please George Greenway, who is competitive almost to a fault, even in friendlies.
Is that right? Oh, here is a lovely flowing run up to the stumps, and this one's, well, that's clattered away. The despairing dive on the offside boundary. I'm not quite sure who the fielder is there, but that was a lovely shot by Schlemmer, moving him on to 45.
It looks, and we're a long way away, to me like it might be Jonathan Gale out there on the boundary. Let's see if we... Oh, I couldn't quite grab it on the camera. It was Jonathan Gale with that throw, I think, and that... Well, I think that was a valiant attempt, actually, but it's proving expensive over this from Greenway. It has a tendency at times to go for runs. There's just that bit of extra pace when you've got bowlers that just nibble it around a little bit, and then some pace comes back on. Batters go, OK, I might try and tuck into this.
Yeah, well, certainly it's a lovely shot by Schlemmer. So what can you do with this one as Greenway's in, and he beats him outside the off stump. I think Thomas was actually more excited by that. Greenway was pretty nonchalant as it went past the outside edge, but yeah, just a bit of seam movement back in, just went through the gate between bat and pad, narrowly missing the off stump. So it remains 97 for 4. Greenway, this will be the final delivery of his third over. So he's charging up to the stumps, and it's turned nicely into the leg side, but actually a good diving stop by Callum Flynn, and he prevents the run. So that's the end of the 24th over, 97 for 4. What have you made of this MCC innings so far, Sam?
Steady, hasn't it? It's been steady. What, we're playing 40 overs, so 16 to go. They've got experience. George Scott, we were just saying, has played a lot of first-class cricket for Middlesex and Gloucestershire, a lot of List A cricket, and then Luke Schlemmer looks to me, if I've got the right chap, has got a couple of thousand runs over in South Africa. So these two know what they're doing. I just wonder if actually Greenway's the wrong bowler for these two, because it's the kind of bowler they're almost used to facing in pro cricket. It's the lads that just nibble it around at a slower pace, like Stephen George, that they might find harder to get away.
Interesting, yeah. Well, it's George who's continuing from the nursery end. So we bowling to Scott, who's yet to score. And this first delivery, well, he played firmly down the ground, and by Scott, probably would have got a single, but it's clattered into the stumps. And Scott raises his eyes in disbelief. So he's... I think the Luke Schlemmer you've got, there is a South African, but I think this is a different one.
Oh, okay.
I'm not certain, but I think it may be. That's turned nicely by Scott into the leg side, and that goes over the boundary rope now, just slightly over pitched, and Scott was onto it very, very quickly. That brings up the 100 for the MCC. 101 for 4 in after 146 deliveries. I think we're in the 25th over.
So what, current rate gets them to 160. They want to look for 200, surely, 200 plus.
That's what they'd like to see. This is more runs, and may well be 4 of them, certainly a couple anyway, as it's aerial from Scott over the despairing dive of Flynn, and Jackson comes around from third to do the fielding, just stopping the ball in front of the boundary rope. 103 for 4. Productive over so far, this for the MCC, as the umpire is just repairing the stumps, putting on the bails. George is in, he bowls, and that's again nice looking drive from Scott, firmly out to Price, who's on the offside boundary. 104 for 4. And I agree with you, Sam. I think 200 would be the score they'd like to get, and the run rate is ticking up a bit, 4.2, but they've got a lot of work to do to get above 200 at this juncture, as that delivery, a slower delivery from George, and Schlemmer is only able to guide it out to Brown, who's fielding an extra cover.
The thing is about Lords, unless you're playing a test match, you're almost certain to have one shorter boundary, because games that aren't international games tend to be on one side of the square or t'other.
And this one is just turned into the leg side by Schlemmer, and they'll come through. You have to hurry a bit at the end, actually. Scott was slightly slow setting off, but they did get through in the end comfortably for a single. So that was the end of the 25th over, 105 for 4.
Scoring runs quickly at the end at Lords can be a bit funny though, because if you're not used to playing here, Middlesex find it in T20 because they don't get to, most other teams get to range it on their own grounds, and the Middlesex lads aren't allowed to practice out there. And actually the pockets at Lords, or the kind of long on, long off, are a little bit funky shaped, and they're a little bit deeper than you might think initially. So you see a lot of wickets at Lords, particularly at the death overs in white ball cricket. People caught at long on, long off because they don't quite get the distances right. Can't quite get it over those ropes.
Yeah, you see, but we haven't got a. I mean, we have obviously got a shorter boundary here, so we're now down at the nursery end, and so shorter boundary away to our right towards the grandstand. But it's not a dramatically short one. You know, there have been times where you're very close over towards the tavern stand. Anyway, we've got a change of bowling. We've got Jake Oakes is coming on, and as he comes in for a first delivery, and it's short outside the off stump and just pulled firmly by I think Schlemmer into the leg side, where so he'll pick up one more to the total. Didn't quite middle it actually, and might slightly feel that he missed out on that a bit.
Josh Price doing the fielding out there. Those two club teammates, they both play down at Streatham and Marlborough in South London. Jake and Josh Price. Jake was involved in that England Deaf series against India recently, chatting about a little bit earlier.
As this one from Oakes is well on the money, and Scott just very content just to come forward and push it down to the offside, and no run. Certainly no sign of these two particularly looking to gear up at this junction, as this one is very correctly played by Scott off the back foot up towards the fielder at deep mid off. One more to the total.
Jake's he mixes between British Sign Language and the spoken word. A lot of the England Deaf lads do. I don't know if they've got, I don't think they'll have hearing aids out there today.
Full delivery from Oakes, again off the front foot this time, pushed up by Schlemmer to the fielder. Do you know who's fielding at deep mid off?
It's a long way away, that. It is a long way away.
Number 17 on his back. 108 for 4. As this one is just short of a length from Oakes, and pushed out to the offside. Another dot ball.
Is it Ronnie? Could it be Ronnie Jackson down there?
Might be Ronnie Jackson.
Might not be equally. Angus Brown, it could be. Could be Angus Brown, 17.
As this delivery is just turned into the leg side, but no run as it goes straight to the fielder at short fine leg. So that's the end of Oakes' first over. Just the 3 runs coming from it, and 108 for 4. Schlemmer approaching a 50. He's on 48. He's very much been the anchor of this innings. He's not looked to do anything too dramatic. He's faced 69 deliveries for his 48, but equally well, he's not looked troubled in any way. He's played very much within himself, conservatively, sensibly, and so on. So it's well, let's see. We've got what, 14 overs to go, and it will be George who's tearing in, and that's going to be runs. It may well be 4 of them, because it's I suspect it's going to be called wide. It is. It's 4 wides, and it's gone through Liam Thomas and over the boundary road in front of the pavilion. 4 very welcome runs to the MCC total. They move on to 113 for 4. And those wides down the leg side, very expensive. And there's going to be another run here. I suspect just the single, as there's a thickish outside edge from Schlemmer, and he is fielded just in front of the boundary rope, down in front of the pavilion. 114 for 4. Schlemmer moves on to 49 and brings Scott on to strike. Scott's a tall man, and he's bent over his bat now, bends his legs, and this one he's turned into the leg side, not totally middled, but he will pick up a single for it. He moves on to 9, 115 for 4.
You thought it was Nathan Lyon, didn't you, Nick? But it's me.
Not yet, Lathan. As this delivery is firmly driven by Schlemmer, but all he can do is pick out the fielder at mid-off. No run. 115 for 4. The sun is out as George is in. He bowls, and well, I think about a single, but decide against it as the ball really trickled just in front of Schlemmer. But there he is. He's conscious now. He just needs the single to bring up his 50. I don't know whether he's ever played at Lord's before, but either way, this will be a special moment for him. As this one, he is, well, they're going to have to run quickly, and they do, as he pushes it firmly up to mid-on, but a slight misfield enables him to come through. Well batted, Schlemmer. He's 50 not out, 73 deliveries, and what a terrific knock he's played. He raises his bat to the small number of spectators who are in, and what a terrific knock. Really held this innings together. 116 for 4 as George comes in, and it's firmly struck by Scott out to the offside, and they'll come through for a nice easy single. 117 for 4. Scott moves on to 10, and that is the end of the 5th over of George. Of all the bowlers so far, he's been slightly more expensive actually. 5 overs for 30, so he's been going at 6 an over. The run rate 4.3. What have we got? 13 overs left, and well, MCC would love to get above 200.
Yeah, an excellent 50 for Schlemmer. Those 4 boundaries in that half century, all coming through crashing cover drives. He had to be patient. Lots of dot balls he faced, but he's built a really good innings here, and he'll remember it for a long time.
As this first delivery of Oakes's next over is just stroked out by Scott into the offside, so he'll pick up an easy single. 118 for 4 brings Schlemmer on to strike as Oakes is in, and this carbon copy of the shot before just guided into the offside. One more onto the total. 119 for 4.
Scott looks similarly strong through that cover region, just flowing through the ball with that shot and really getting some effortless power off the middle of the bat.
And this next delivery is just pushed down the ground by Scott and fielded by Oakes off his own bowling. 119 for 4. The sun is out, and still a fairly firm breeze across the ground as this one is just turned by Scott out to Flynn, who's feeling at that mid-wicket. no run. We've got a fairly spread field now, and this one is well, it's slightly lofted by Scott, but no danger as it went a couple of meters away from the outstretched left hand of Oakes, and they add one more to the total, 120 for 4, brings Schlemmer onto strike, and this one is hit firmly down the ground. They'll think about a second, but a good diving stop in front of the pavilion by O'Brien, and just the one run. So that's the end of another over, 28 overs. 121 for 4. Schlemmer's on 52, Scott on 12, and what have we got? 12 overs left. Run rate at 4.3. That's the nursery end. He's taken the 1 wicket for just conceded 16 runs so far. Been very, very tidy. And this one is well, it's been called a wide, yeah, it was a nice take actually by Thomas to prevent any further damage done, but it just pinched on length and bounced a bit and went down the leg side. Nice firm looking shot straight into the stumps by Schlemmer. I think that was going to be 4 runs if it hadn't hit the stumps, but the stumps did a great bit of fielding there.
Flashed like an ambulance siren there as well. I've seen zing bales, but these are zing stumps, just set ablaze when they're hit.
This one is just forced by Schlemmer off the back foot, but he can't get it past Flynn, who's fielding at cover. So another dot ball. Tidy over so far from Edwards as he's up, bowls the stumps, and it's lofted by Schlemmer. I think he's got this one through. He's picked out the mid-wicket area, and he gets 4 runs added to the total, 126 for 4. He moves on to 56, and you feel that that's probably what Schlemmer's got to look to do, well, these two have got to look to do in this next period of time. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, the MCC, but what are we in, the 29th over, as Edwards is in, and this is just forced off the back foot, out towards the cover boundary, and 1 more onto the total. Schlemmer onto 57, total 127 for 4. Yeah, we've only had it'd be interesting to know, I don't think we've quite got the figure, but how many boundaries we've had. There's this one to Scott, he pushes onto the back foot, steers it out to Flynn, cover, and that's the end of Edwards' 6th over. 127 for 4. The sun is firmly out. The ground bathed for the next little period of time, anyway, a bit of sunlight. And it'll be Oakes continuing from the pavilion end. Be interesting to see at what point Schlemmer and Scott decide to take a few more risks, as this delivery is well, slight misfield by Oakes really. It went straight through his hands, and so they're able to get a single as it goes up to deep mid-off. I think it's O'Brien who's fielding down there. 1 more for the total. 128 for 4. And this one, is it going to be a wide? No, obviously just it's drifting down the leg side, but just clipped Scott's boot and bounced down the pitch. So dot ball. This next delivery just pushed by Scott. He's a tall man, and he's just very happy to just wait for the ball to come to him. So far, he hasn't really, 12 off 22 deliveries, hasn't really looked to get after the bowling. This one, he's happily stroke it down the ground. And they'll add one more run to the total. Your thoughts of when they might start being taking a few more risks?
Well, they just haven't looked hurried at any stage, particularly Schlemmer. He's just been happy to cruise along so far.
So this delivery to Schlemmer is off the back foot, pushed down the offside, but can't get it past the fielder.
But they seem content with what they're doing. Schlemmer, it seems, wants to be there as deep as he can.
As Schlemmer comes very correctly forward to the final delivery of this Oaks over. And another dot ball, 129 for 4. Oaks very tidy, 3 overs for just 9 runs. Of course, what we don't know is what the batting looks like behind these individuals. But at the moment, that is the 30 overs, so we're into the final 10. Neither of these two players really look as though they're want to up the run rate. It's just 4.3 at the moment.
Yeah, it was 3.5 for the first 15, maybe up to 20, then sort of crept over 4, and it's been last 10 overs, so around about 4, just over 4. So there's been a slight increase, but no noticeable change of gear yet. I wonder, with 10 overs left, whether that will come.
As Edwards is in, and this delivery just pushed down the pitch.
But you have to say, it's been brilliant bowling. The run rate's low for a reason, and Edwards is a big reason.
That's a lovely shot from Scott. He's just picked it up off his toes, found the gap between deep square leg and mid wicket, and 4 more to the total, 133 for 4.
That's what you call waiting for the bad ball, isn't it? And they're few and far between when Edwards bowls, but he strays there. It's half volley, swinging into the pads, and that tucks in. Gets full reward to Scott. 17 off 25. It's not been laboured, it's not been rushed, but he's in a good position.
That's a firm shot from Scott out to the offside, but possibly too firm, as it goes pretty quickly to the fielder down away to our right, and they only come through for the single. So 134 for 4. Scott moves on to 18. That brings Schlemmer on to strike. Schlemmer crouching forward, and this one he's just turned up towards mid-on. A nice easy stroll through for a single. 134, 5 for 4. One of the things that's notable about these two players, and maybe disability oriented, I don't know, but they're not really striving for the singles. And this is a lovely looking shot from Scott. Hit firmly out into the offside, straight to the fielder on the cover boundary. It went like a rocket, that. But as a result, just 1 run. Scott on to 19, total 136 for 4. Ground looking fantastic, bathed in sunlight. And short delivery and a real hoik from Schlemmer, which he doesn't really get hold of. But he will get a single as it squirts out towards deep square leg. So he moves on to 60, total 137 for 4. That's the end of another Edwards over and the 31st over. So we've got 9 overs left at the moment. So what are they to get above 263? They need to go about 7 and over now to get up towards that sort of total. So it'll be Oaks to continue he'll be bowling to Schlemmer. Schlemmer's on 60 of 85 deliveries. These two well set. This is a valuable partnership now. As Schlemmer goes for it, and that's a lovely looking shot. I think he's got that for 6. He has indeed. Absolutely terrific shot. He just made a little bit of space for himself and just launched himself at it and over in towards the grandstand. What a great shot. 6 runs to the total. And this next one from Oakes is going to be called a wide as he loses a bit of rhythm and just strays down the leg side. 144 for 4. What a great, that really was the shot of the day from Schlemmer. It was terrific.
That's why he hasn't looked hurried. He knows what's in his locker. That was unbelievable.
This one, he's just plays it down the pitch for a single, down towards deep mid-on.
6s over extra cover.
Well, it's a lovely
so
shot,
precious.
isn't it? It's a lovely shot, but also the way he just made a bit of space for himself, just to pick his spot.
Inside out, time to perfection. Real power, real effortless ease. That was really beautiful to behold.
And there are more runs here. There'll certainly be a couple of them, as it's going to be buys, I think. And I don't think it came off the bat. We'll find out shortly. But 2 more go to the total. Am I right? Was it buys? I think it was
Believe
buys.
so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think any wides are signalled or.
It's 148 for 4. Productive over so far, this for the MCC. And there's another single here as it's turned into the leg side. So 149 for 4. Scott moving on to 20. Schlemmer on 67. What have we had? 12 off the over so far. Still 3 more deliveries, legal deliveries to come. As Oakes, he's up to the stump, and it's a full delivery, but Schlemmer or Philly rather missed out there. It was a full toss, and all he could do is just pick out the fielder at extra cover. As either side, that would have been 4 runs. As one more run coming onto the total here. Schlemmer drives it out into the offside. 150 is up. 150 of 191 deliveries. Schlemmer remains the mainstay of this innings on 68, but Scott also showing that he's in form and on good touch, and he's batting now. And this delivery, he's just happy to stand. He does stand very straight, very correct posture, and then the flow of the bat. Well, that's the end of an expensive Oakes over. So the score, MCC 150 for 4. We've got 8 overs remaining. And a few more overs like that, and they should comfortably get over 200. Change of bowling by the looks of things. Looks like Callum Flynn is coming back on at the nursery end, just organising his field now. We've got a couple of players on that shorter leg side boundary in front of, on the boundary rope, in front of the grandstand. And then we've got a ring of offside, a short third, point cover, extra cover, and a sweeper out on the offside boundary as Flynn's in, full delivery, and this one is hit firmly into the ground, bounces over Flynn, who dives up but doesn't manage to make contact. So 1 more onto the score, 151 for 4. Schlemmer moves on to 69. Brings Scott onto strike, and that is, well, it's hit firmly, but he doesn't get hold of it. In fact, miss-hit, full toss, and perhaps lucky not to be caught. He was aerial for a long time. 1 bounce into the fielder, out on the leg side boundary. Has been called a free hit, as I guess it was more beamer length. And this one is, well, that's hit hard, and that's going for 6. Schlemmer absolutely got hold of that. Flynn was just dropped a little bit short, and as a free hit, Schlemmer just launched into it, and that's crashed into the grandstand. Another terrific shot, and suddenly Schlemmer's on 75, and we start thinking whether or not he can actually get to his 100.
Yeah, premeditated from Schlemmer, wide base, crouched low. Whatever the ball was, I think he was looking ideally to target that area, and it was right in his arc, out of the meat of the bat, flew into the Lord's grandstand. Not many better feelings than that for a batter.
As Flynn comes in, and there's more runs here. He's really got hold of that. That's gone over the grandstand. That is an extraordinary shot. Absolutely extraordinary shot. Just launched into it and whacked it. Went high, high, high over the grandstand, and I assume we'll be getting a new ball.
Yeah, new
coming
balls,
out.
please. That's huge.
I mean, that is huge.
That's as well as you can hit a ball, and better. It's just extraordinary timing. Absolutely thunderous.
And there wasn't a lot wrong. It was probably just drifting a bit down the leg side, but other than that, Schlemmer onto one knee, just picked it up and absolutely flew. What an extraordinary shot. He moves to 81, and the MCC total 165 for 4. And they are making hay.
I just wonder how prepped they are with new balls. Obviously with the test matches, they get changed a lot, and they have the hoops they've got to pass through, and they have that suitcase that they bring out with balls of various stages. I'm not sure for this game how many reserve balls they have.
Well, we'll see. There's a little bit of a break in play now where we work this one out. There is someone down in front of the pavilion now looking for new balls. But we'll see. Here we go. It looks as though some balls are being brought out. We shall see. Here we go. So here are some balls being presented to the umpire.
So some options, yeah, are available, which is
But
good.
of course, this could go either way, couldn't it? Because we haven't got a huge number of balls. It's not like they're coming out and saying, look, these are the 32 over.
Oh, hang on.
balls.
There looks to be a few in there. In the warm-up bag, yeah. They're not famous for newish balls. I mean, the ball is 33 overs old, 32 and a half
And are
overs
we
old.
assuming that's gone out over the Lord's, totally out of the ground, not just out of the stadium, but
Yeah,
we're
let's
just-
see.
Just looking at this,
I think it disappears.
an absolutely extraordinary shot.
It may be caught on top of the roof. But
No,
if
it
has-
went
if
over
has
the
slid
roof.
down-
No, I saw
Did it clear the roof,
Oh,
or did it bounce on it?
No, it comfortably cleared the roof.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Okay, that's extraordinary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over the stand.
yeah, over the stand. A quite extraordinary shot.
Well, there are trees behind, which might have received it.
It might have gone into the trees, but of course, if it went over those, then it's completely out of the Lord's
Vicinity.
Vicinities, exactly.
Well, what's next? New ball. Same bowler, same batter. Same problem.
So Flynn to Schlemmer, and that one is going to be called a wide. Flynn has
Hidden it outside off stump.
yeah, he's really struggling in this over. 166 for 4. And there's going to be certainly a couple here as it's played firmly out of the offside by Flynn. They might think about a third. They are indeed going to come back for a third. There's a slight misfield here down by George, and just enable them to come back for a very comfortable 3. It's 169 for 4. Schlemmer moves on to 84. That century looks firmly in his grasp now, as he's hit this hard, and that's going to be more runs, I think. Maybe just the one, actually, as it's a really slightly ungainly swipe out into the leg side. But the fielder from deep mid-on was able to get round and prevent the boundary. 174 for 4. As this one is, well, not the greatest of cricket, actually. A wide delivery that Schlemmer tried to square cut, missed, and it just bounced off the wicketkeeper's gloves up into the air. End of an expensive over from Flynn. I don't quite know how many it was, but certainly a few of them, but leaves MCC. First time their run rate is above 5.2 at the end of the over. 20 from the over.
Well, we wonder when the acceleration was coming, and it has in the last 2 overs. The last over was 13 or 14, that one 20. 13, so 33 off the last 2 overs. There's your acceleration. Schlemmer 84 off 94, seems to have timed his run perfectly. There's still 7 overs left, and we were giving the batters a bit of stick earlier on for plodding along at 3.5, at 4 and over for the majority of the innings. But here's come the explosion and the rockets. One of them over the grandstand. I mean, it's one thing hitting over the tavern, as Jamie Smith did at the test. The grandstand is much higher.
So it's Price, and this first delivery where he tries to reverse sweep and doesn't necessarily get fully hold of it, and in fact it's a bye, as Thomas was unable to gather cleanly. So one more. 171 for 4 brings Schlemmer on to strike, and Flynn is just talking to his bowler Scott, just preparing his field. So Flynn is now happy with the field, as Price is in, and this one, well, Schlemmer does make room for himself, forces it up to deep mid-off. One more to the total, 172 for 4. Scott, he's 22 not out of 32 deliveries. This partnership is approaching. Oh, that's a nice reverse sweep, although, well, there's a bad misfield actually by, I'm not quite sure who the player was there, so they are able to get a single. 173 for 4.
Haven't seen many reverse sweeps. Saw a lot of them in the visually impaired T10 at the start of the day. That was nicely hit. Deserved a run.
And Schlemmer forces this up to deep mid-off. One more. 174 for 4. So we have Price, and that's a lovely looking shot. May well go for the boundary. It does indeed. Scott absolutely got hold of that one and picked the spot perfectly, and between fielders, and deep mid off was not able to get round. So 4 more to the total, 178 for 4.
Yeah.
Good acceleration coming from these two now. They came together when the total was just 85, so this partnership is now worth 73. And oh, that was a full toss that Scott tried to reverse sweep. He missed. Might have been better just to have played a normal shot to it, but as it was a dot ball. So that's the end of the 34th over.
Yeah, 10 away from 100 partnership, and yeah, goodness me, 27 off 35, 86 off 96. These two batters are doing exactly what they need to do at this stage. Don't look troubled by much, and the bowlers that were unerring in lines and length at the start of the innings. Now with that softer ball, with that, well, changed ball in sunnier conditions, with the batters completely set, are finding it much more difficult. They're getting pummeled in some areas. So the return of another of the opening bowlers, O'Brien.
Liam O'Brien, yeah, coming on. Run rate 5.24. We've got 6 overs left.
Liam O'Brien's been the pick of the fielders, I think, today. He's fielding at mid-on, which, in deep mid-on, crucial position in these limited over games. Plenty of running in his legs. Wicketless so far. Just 15 conceded after 4 overs. You'd think a few more to come from his last few, but can he get his wicket?
O'Brien's in, and that's well, that's going to be certainly a couple of runs. It's not where Schlemmer intended at all. Chinese cut that squirted away down towards fine leg, but he'll get 2 runs for it, so he won't mind at all. He moves to 88 off, and the total 180 for 4. MCC looking as though they are going to post a competitive total, or certainly a total that ECB will need to bat sensibly in order to achieve, as O'Brien's in, and well, that's clobbered into the grandstand for 6. Just stand and deliver, and the partnership is up. 101 partnership between these two players. Really have done fantastically well, and that was an absolutely beautiful shot from Scott. Hammered the ball away. We may now have a short delay as we try and get hold of this ball.
Well, it's landed in the far hospitality box, and I believe a steward has come through the box, through the double doors, and someone is also running across the entire balcony to collect the ball. They got there at the same time, which is quite funny, and now the ball returns to the field of play. But that's a stunning shot.
That is a stunning shot. The total 186 for 4.
Schlemmer 94 now, 1 blow away. Extraordinary power he's shown in the last 3 overs. He was excellent through the offside. The only boundaries he hit getting to 50 were through extra cover. And then the last couple of overs he's just peppered that grandstand.
So another 6. He will reach his 100 off next delivery in 99 deliveries at about a run a ball. And then he's really accelerated in these last few overs. He's looked very, very good indeed.
Sun fully out at the end of this innings.
So it's O'Brien up to the stumps, and well, this one is it's outside the off stump. He's coming around the wicket to Schlemmer, and that change of angle has actually worked for him, as Schlemmer tried to heave it into the leg side again but missed. And, to me it looked a little bit away from the stumps, but O'Brien certainly was excited by that delivery as he's up to the stumps. And this one, well, there's an appeal for leg point. He caught, and he's been given out.
On 94.
Schlemmer goes for 94. It'll be very good to see. It was obviously a nick behind. Just wonder whether, to me, it was just a question whether it actually bounced at the same time as being hit by him. We'll see the replay now.
Has to be a tiny under edge.
It's a tiny under edge that Schlemmer's got. Just looking at it. And it's gone through. He's tried to pull it. So the change of angle from the bowler has worked a treat. Schlemmer's tried to pull it into the grandstand again. And he's gone under edge and given out. What a terrific knot from Schlemmer. 94 off 100 deliveries. Absolutely held this innings together. But a big, big wicket for the ECB as Schlemmer caught Thomas, bowled O'Brien, walks off the pitch.
Yeah, 5 overs to go. That's a crucial time to get him. The damage he could have done in those last 5 overs, potentially putting on another 50 runs the way he was going as a pair. So a crucial intervention, but it's horrible, isn't it? Those replays can't tell us, given how close the bat is to the ground. You always feel for the batter there, given how close everything is together. Ground, ball, bat. It's not an obvious edge. A tiny under edge if there was one. He didn't complain, Schlemmer. He didn't protest.
Yeah, I think he obviously reckoned he did hit it. Yeah.
And there's a big appeal from bowler, keeper and slip. So
it brings the new batsman out, Ellis, as he faces his first delivery, and he's going to get off the mark immediately as it's a wide-ish delivery from O'Brien, but he square cuts away, and one more onto the total. 187 for 5. Ed Ellis. And brings Scott onto strike, and he's hit that firmly, and they'll think about a second run. I think it hit. I think it was possibly a chance, and hit O'Brien, and he wasn't able to take the catch. Or was it a bump ball? Either way, O'Brien's hurt himself in the process. But important dismissal in that over. So 5 overs to go, 188 for 5. And Scott is on strike. A lot, you would think, depends on him now. He's the man comfortably in. So in terms of posting, what are they like? 5. Well, it would be very disappointed if they don't get above 220 from this point. 5 wickets left. Just Oakes. So Price is continuing from the pavilion end. As he comes up, nice flated delivery, and Oakes, Scott plays into the offside, and they'll come through for a nice easy single. 189 for 5.
So Price in for his 7th over. 5 left for the MCC to post as much as they possibly can without Schlemmer. New man in now, driving down the ground past the outstretched left-hander Price. So Ellis 2 from 2, good looking drive straight past the bowler. So here comes Scott. What can he do in the last 4 and a bit? So the field is spread 5 men on the boundary, so he tucks it into the offside. It's no run, picked up by extra cover, who was quick to it. Really impressive hitting late on from Scott, following the lead of Schlemmer. He's now the senior batter at the crease, and he squirms one into the offside for an easy single to deep cover. So Ellis is back on strike. It's been a nicely timed innings by the MCC, as we've been saying, as Price is in much more flight, and it's a full toss that's going out towards the boundary in front of the pavilion. It does go all the way. Clattering swipe from Scott, from Ellis. In fact, he moves to 6, so he's underway with his first boundary. The long-sleeved Ellis letting the ball come to him
Bit of a
help
gift
yourself.
that from
Yeah.
Price, really. A gentle full toss, giving Ellis opportunity just to pick his spot.
Buffet bowling from the otherwise very tidy Price. It's a switch hit and he's got all of it. It's another 4. Exceptional batting. Switched early, premeditated, saw the bowler coming, moved late and then just fired it in front of square, in front of the despondent fielder at third, who knew as soon as it left the blade it was racing clear. Wonderful cricket from Ellis, who's 10 off 4, playing his role to perfection so far. Hasn't taken any time at all to continue the momentum and build upon it. So 4 overs remain in this first innings of this 40 over fixture between the MCC and ECB sides, featuring plenty of England players from physical disability, learning disability and deaf international sides. Round the wicket this time, it could be a chance. 2 square leg, is it going to be taken? Yes it is, comfortably by Greenway. So another big wicket falls. It was Scott who has to go now for 30. It was Schlemmer the over before for 94 off 100, and then the second big wicket taken by the ECB could really stunt this innings right at the death. Scott has to go 30 off 40. Just cramped Faroon by the short ball, maybe snuck up on him slightly quicker than he was expecting. In truth, it was a short and wide one outside the off stump. Just a miscued hoik into the onside, trying to pepper that grandstand once more, and just the top edge drops into the hands of Greenway, who barely has to move. So another big wicket.
Yeah, those 2 wickets of Schlemmer and Scott just checking the momentum of this MCC innings, and what are we, 6 wickets down, so batsmen number 7 and 8 coming to the middle with just a few balls, 3.5 or so overs left. So important for these 2 to keep momentum going, but equally well for the ECB, they've got these crucial wickets. There was a terrific partnership between Scott and Schlemmer, but they've just checked them at the right time.
So ECB go bang bang, new batter in, flashing outside the off stump. Uffindall. Olie Uffindall, wearing the sun hat, making the most of the rays. Just tries to chop that through. There's a backward point. You can't really call it third. He's so square. Maybe you could just call that deep third. But there is space behind wicketkeeper and slipper who can get that chop through the cordon. He doesn't on the second occasion either. So a spread field at the end of this. We got deep mid wicket, a wide long on, long off, deep cover, and a very wide third. Long on coming inside the circle, square leg dropping. So I wonder if the length will be drawn back. We shall see. O'Brien is in. It's short and wide, chopped away, and as we were saying, that's a vacant area, so that's going to be 4. Uffindall, third time of asking, gets that shot away. The 200 is up. And a sliced carving cut gets away. Runs away down the hill towards the pavilion. Easy runs there for the new batter. Short and wide. Tucked in. So how will O'Brien respond as the Shadow of the clouds come over him. It's full. It's a good Yorker length, dug out by Uffindall into the offside. He'll only pick up a single.
I'm just seeing Uffindall has got the cricket floppy hats on. Very rare you see that rather than a full helmet.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw that in a game on the telly. As O'Brien comes in round the wicket, bowling to Ellis, who tries to sneak the full toss through square leg, but Greenway's onto it.
Yeah, it's a great bit of fielding that by Greenway.
So easily beaten him. As we see on the graphic there, the last few overs have been something of acceleration, particularly that 33rd over that went for 20.
Yeah.
Couple up around the 14-13 mark. Been more consistent with those high scoring overs.
But a very
in
good
the latter
over
stage.
from O'Brien, that one. I think just the 4 runs coming from it.
Yeah, got the wicket. Big wicket of Scott. Bowling a couple of dots and then just that boundary. Uffindall got away. Yeah, so excellent from O'Brien. So 3 overs remaining of the first innings. So Uffindall facing up, he's driving down the ground. Oakes into his 5th over. Driven straight to extra cover, so Uffindall maintains the strike. In comes Oakes, it's a full delivery, probably will be single and no ball. For height, will the umpire signal that? Maybe
No,
just
got away
okay,
with it.
hip height, but horrible delivery, so he's done well to get away with a dot ball to short fine leg. Blocked away into the offside by Uffindall. It's 204 for 6. 2.5 overs remaining of the first innings. We'll be joined by a special guest in the commentary box, and we've just seen a wicket. Or have we? No, the bail's taken off by the wicketkeeper. Flashing stumps. It's not Zing bails today, it's Zing stumps. And just snuck through the batter Uffindall there. Quick hands, as we've seen all day from Liam Thomas, who impressed Ben Folkes when he was watching. So Uffindall now works away off his pads to the onside and picks up a single. Very pleased to say joined by Adam Hills, who was playing earlier on today in the T10, wearing his full England kit. I never thought I'd say that.
When I turned up, they made a joke about the number that I was wearing on the back, and it's the number 69, and I thought that was the most humiliating thing that was going to happen to me today. And then I put the kit on, and I realised it had the 3 lions on the front.
Which brought you more embarrassment.
Well, the worst part was I was then introduced to Nathan Lyon while wearing England kit. He nearly didn't shake my hand.
I mean, what a combination that is, as Ellis faces up and tries to crack it away through the offside, but is taken sharply at extra cover. Greenway, who's fielded brilliantly at the back end of this innings, cradles it in 2 hands to his right, makes it look easy. Another important wicket at the end of the innings. The best way to stem the flow of runs, of course, is to take those wickets. And it was Scott previously, it was Schlemmer the over before him, and now the explosive Ellis has to go. So the ECB doing their bit at the end of this innings to stifle the late charge from the MCC. It's 205 for 7 now, with 2 overs remaining.
This is some top-notch cricket.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, I played in the blind and low vision, the visually impaired game earlier this morning, which is all about adapting and using what you've got. And look, I've seen a lot of disability sports, clearly Paralympics and stuff like that, but rugby league, I've been involved in tennis, but this is, sometimes, and look, I'm speaking as someone with a prosthetic leg, but sometimes you hear people going, are they even disabled? Like, that's the feeling that I'm having today. And then I found out one of the keepers has also got a prosthetic leg.
That's Liam Thomas.
I'm like, this is such top, high standard cricket that I really hope anyone who's watching or listening is aware of how blown away everyone has been by it today. Mark Nicholas, have you had him up here yet today?
We haven't had Mark, no. But yeah, I mean, he was having a go, wasn't he? I mean, his first over in the T10. I mean, I think he started with 2 no balls and a wide, because it's just so different, isn't it? I mean,
completely different.
In the T10, it's a no ball unless you get it to roll completely across the wicket.
The first bounce has to be on your side of the pitch,
there you
which
go.
is very hard to do. And
unless
also,
you roll it.
Unless you roll it.
Yeah,
but the problem with the ball is it's weighted weirdly because it's full of ball bearings, so you can hear it.
Yeah.
So when you throw it, it doesn't have the same trajectory as a cricket ball or a tennis ball. So it's, I think I almost fell over because it's so weird when it comes out of your hand. But Mark was saying, he gave us all a speech, and he said to a few people that today has been his highlight as president.
Really?
And like, of all the things he's done and will do over the next year, he said this will absolutely be the highlight.
We've got players like Adam and Mark who we're not trying to uphold the standard, but plenty of England players as well who are keeping it right up there as Uffindall tries the late cut outside the off stump. But the number of England players on show at Lord's today is absolutely remarkable. I mean, in the different categories, the amount of international stardust is almost way higher than almost any game you get at Lord's on a normal day. So the standard is extraordinary today.
I mean, someone referred to the visually impaired team today as the most successful England cricket team of all time.
As Uffindall faces up and gives himself room, chops it away through the covers. He's going to pick up 2 for this. Had to really reach out as he backed away to the leg side and just got enough on it to get it through the infield. 2 more to the total.
Even then, just Nathan Lyon was heading off for the day and said to some of the visually impaired guys, good luck in Australia. Good luck when you go out there. You know, this is the team that's going to represent England in Australia at the end of the year.
2 more now before the bowler swiped away into the onside by Uffindall, who might come back for 2 decides against it. He moves to 9. So healthy over this for O'Brien. Not many boundary balls given. Plenty of dots too. 2 wickets for him now.
Of course, when you're talking about disability sport, it's important to have something to aim for. It's not just about the social aspect and getting involved in the game. It's wanting, whether it's a trophy or a championship or a chance to play at Lord's.
What a prize that is for all these players. Beautifully timed drive straight to the man at extra cover by Bostock, the new batter.
I was a bit shocked today to find out. Shocked and also happily surprised to find out that this is the first game of its kind at Lord's.
Yep.
First disability.
Historic day we're part of today. 2 historic games, the T10 of course, which we brought to you earlier, and this 40 over game, the first innings of which is about to finish its run off the face, square of the wicket on the offside, and Uffindall is sent back by the fielder who feigns the throw.
And the best, I think, I say this a lot with disability sport, but if you can get behind it, if you can support it, help out Lord's Taverners or, any local cricket associations that are doing something like this, great. But if you can't do that, just tell everybody about it. It's the more people, disabled and able-bodied, the more people that know about this kind of sport, the better.
Well, in 1 over's time, we'll dig into this a bit more at the change of ends as the last ball of the over is completed. It was nearly a catch at that point, just dropping right in front of him, squirmed away off the outside edge. And so there's no run, 208 for 7. The MCC batting first in this inaugural 40 over game between the MCC and the ECB. This fixture littered with England players from the Learning Disability 11, Physical Disability 11 and the Deaf side. We've seen 3 or 4 England captains with the ball in hand. Some massive sixes as well from the batters. It's been a wonderful contest of athleticism. Really competitive stuff all day here at Lord's. So Oakes to finish the innings with his 6th over. He's in, bowls full toss. Uffindall clatters it straight to extra cover.
I'd love to see a game like this here with a full crowd, or you know what I mean, with people just experiencing it, Because when it's disability sport and people see it for the first time, they become converts immediately.
Outside the off stump, and it's slid away outside. Extra cover for a beautiful four, slips off the face. A slash through the offside. Gorgeous looking shot from Uffindall. We'll get onto this later, Alan, but the first time I came across you live was actually at the Rugby League World Cup.
Oh, wow.
Wheelchair Rugby League World Cup at the Copper Box Arena, which England went on to win.
Yeah.
Beating France in the final, beating Australia in their first game, a game I was at, as Uffindall works a single away tight at the bowler's end. It would have been out, I think, but Uffindall just gets home because of the missed throw. And as you say, there's an addictive element to it. Once you realise just how good this is and how high the standard is, once you get people on board with that, it is addictive. But Wheelchair Rugby League, I mean, we could have a whole podcast about that. But it's an extraordinary sport, played by some unbelievable athletes with great hands and very sturdy bodies, as that's chopped down into the offside and picked up for a single.
I think the thing about disability sport and a day like today and wheelchair rugby and rugby league and wheelchair, tennis, is that it makes able-bodied people appreciate the sport as well, because they think if disabled people want to do this, it must be a good sport.
Uffindall steps outside the off stump and tries to heave through mid-wicket, gets a single.
And I guess the thing is as well, even with wheelchair rugby league and with the T20 this morning, after a while it's not disability sport, it's just sport. It's just amazing athletes.
Oakes in again outside the off stump, an uppercut attempted, Harry Brook-esque, by Bostock, doesn't get anything on it. The pause was because we had our photo taken there by Nick Headley, and that's the end of the innings. 215 posted, so 216 will be the required score for victory by the ECB side, who are slapping each other on the backs, arm in arm. Plenty of high fives to go around, because it was an impressive bowling display, particularly at the top. Luke Edwards starred with the ball, some beautiful outswing as well, and yeah, just really nice left arm spin by James Price in particular. With the bat, Schlemmer was the star, 94 runs off 100 balls, and Scott provided some able assistance with 30 runs at the end. But Liam Thomas was a star with the wicket-keeping gloves. He took a couple of wickets, was sensational behind the stumps. I think the ECB may just be the happier side. They got the wickets they needed, the key wickets at the back end of the innings. So we're all set for a grand finale on a wonderful day at Lords, a historic day at Lords, as I've been speaking to Adam Hills about. So Adam, just tell me a bit more about your journey with disability cricket in particular, and when you knew about this event today. How did you get roped into a historic day at Lords and put in Castore England gear with the 3 lions on your chest?
Well, I've been involved. I've been a member of the Lords Taverners for a little while now, and an ambassador for their table cricket program.
Now, just tell us what table cricket is.
So table cricket is this amazing invention. It's for people with disabilities, very restricted, mainly in wheelchairs, but not specifically, or not exclusively. And it's basically like a big, almost table tennis table sized, but you have a batter at one end, you have a bowler at the other who rolls a ball down a little ramp along the table. The balls are weighted so you can get swing on them. Fielders move, there's almost like little walls around the table, and fielders move kind of plastic shields around to try and field, to stop or to catch. It's amazing. I remember seeing it for the first time at Old Trafford. And look, the thing about disability sport is that I read this amazing thing about people with disabilities. They're less likely to get out of the house and to get involved in sport and to just be active generally. But the thing about disability sport is it gives people with disability the chance to feel part of a team. And anyone who's been in a team, whether rugby league or cricket or whatever, or football, you know what it's like to have your teammates around, and you're all there for each other, and if one's down you pick the other one up, and you just feel this bond. And it's not just the sport, it's that kind of social aspect and that camaraderie that you don't get. So for me, the table cricket was my entree, really. And just seeing mainly kids, but absolutely adoring it. And then, you know, I've presented awards to wheelchair cricketers on behalf of Lord's Taverners. I've been involved in the Super Ones program, like all of the disability variants. And I absolutely adore it. And what shocked me was when I found out that Australia's a little bit behind the ball with this. We like to think when it comes to, you know, sport and inclusive sport, we're ahead of the game. But what's going on here in particular with the Lord's Taverners is like genuinely world leading. So I said it earlier, I think the same will happen with this as happened with able-bodied cricket, in that England invented it and Australia will perfect it.
Says the man wearing his full England gear. Just quickly, Adam, like just try and put it into how we get understand it, to tangible sort of what's progress have you seen, having been a part of disabled cricket? What you've seen here, what's the progress that you've seen? And you mentioned you want to see a packed out stadium for this level of cricket. What needs to happen for that to take place, for the progress to be made in that direction?
I think two things in particular need to happen. You need to have the grassroots sport happening. You need to have a way in for people wherever they are in the country and whatever level they're at. And I think there really is that at the moment. And you also need something to aim at. You need an Ashes series, or you need a game at Lords, like I said earlier on. And, you know, if you're a kid with a disability and you want to play cricket, you know you can play cricket, but you know you can come here and end up playing at Lords. So for me, what needs to happen is just for more people to know about it. Like, if everyone listening and watching tells 3 friends off the back of this, that's another 3 people that are aware of what's going on here and how amazing it is. And for me, that's telling people about it is what I can do, and more than happy to do in this regard. But just seeing the players develop, as you know, what's amazing is some of these players don't know about disability cricket. They get into it, they start playing, and then they become coaches, they become mentors. So it turns them into well-rounded people aside from the cricket. And look, I've been playing disability rugby league in Warrington for a while now, and I've always said, if you had said to every one of those blokes that I play with, let's get together on a Monday night and talk about disabilities and have a social club, no one would have turned up. But if you say,
not even with Adam Hills, that's a hard sell.
Right. But if you say, how about we all play rugby league and we have a training session, everyone does that, and all that other stuff comes along with it. And here's something that I've recently, because I've also been working a bit with disability tennis, one thing I'm finding a lot at the moment is, and you kind of forget this, that it's not just people with disabilities or kids with disabilities that benefit from this. It's the parents of kids with disabilities. Because if you've got a kid with a disability, wheelchair, blind, low vision, intellectual impairment, whatever it is, there's a feeling of helplessness, I think, as a parent. And you don't unless you've grown up with disability, you don't know where to go next. You don't know who to talk to. So, and I've spoken to lots of parents who have thought, well, when their child was born or became disabled, they were like, well, what's their future going to be like? They start mourning for almost the death of what they thought their child's life was going to be. But if you can then say to them, yeah, but your child might be playing at Lords one day, do you know what I mean? Then suddenly they're like, oh my, it opens up so many different doors for them. And then they get to see their children happy because they're playing their favourite sport. But also what's massively important is, that old saying, if you can see it, you can be it. So the more you can see stuff like this, the more kids growing up can see stuff like this. Like, I'll give you another, I'm going off on another tangent now.
No, please do.
Cool. I was in Turin about a month ago for the first ever para-standing tennis world championships. So it's for tennis for people with disabilities who aren't in a wheelchair. Because it turns out there's loads of us out there. I've got my doubles partner outside, he's got one arm. He's one of the best tennis players I've ever seen. Played on the able-bodied circuit, it was like world top 2000. He can't use a wheelchair because he's only got one arm, he goes in circles. So,
and wheelchair tennis is one of the most athletic things I've ever seen. The upper bodies.
It's amazing. But I can't get in a wheelchair because it just doesn't feel right. So we've been pushing this type of tennis, and we were in Turin, and this Canadian tennis player came up to me with prosthetic leg, originally from Pakistan, and he said, where do you live? And I said, London. And he went, do they have disability cricket there? I was like, yeah, they do actually. It's a really good thing that's going on with Lord's Taverners. And he went, is it worth me moving there? Like, this guy was genuinely considering moving countries to play this. So,
And you said yes.
yeah, totally. Because he was like, I'm a pretty good player. And I was like, mate, the more, like I said, if you can see it, you can be it. And the more visible something like this is, then the more people will come to it, and then it gets stronger of its own accord.
Yeah, well, Adam Hills, thank you so much for joining us in the box. It's been a pleasure, and let's keep spreading the word, because the standard has been mind-boggling. I mean, potentially not from yourself and Mark Nicholas when you were bowling in the in the earlier game in the T10, but apart from that, across the board, it's been brilliant.
Can I just say, in the T10, they told me ahead of time, you often get about 10 runs and over. And I gave away 4, so I feel like that was a pretty tidy over.
we won't hold you. Sorry, maybe Mark Nicholas needs the stick. But no, well done for your tidy over. I think it was because you were wearing your England kit, so well done.
I'm still
we're going to get another Aussie in shortly, who I'm sure is very pleased to see you in the England red. But just finally, before you leave, if there's a message you can send, just a brief message to anyone listening who might be in that position, who might want to get involved in a sport but up to this point doesn't feel they can, or maybe a parent or a relative or a friend who wants to get their friend into disability sport, how do they do that?
How do they get their friend into it? I think approach your local club, or go straight to the top. Go to the ECB. You know, they've got these programs around the country. Search up disability cricket. It's as easy as that. And if it's not happening, make it happen. Like, there's a great quote that I read recently. All it takes for something extraordinary to happen is for one person to have a lot of enthusiasm. And if your local club hasn't got disability cricket, suggest it. Make it yourself. Like, people with disabilities are really good at finding ways to make things happen. So if it's not there, do it yourself. But, you know, let's also go to the top. Google, search, and just tell everyone.
Thanks, Adam.
Cheers, thanks for having me.
We've got the GOAT waiting. So we've got to make a substitution. We've got to bring someone off the bench. Not a bad person to bring off the bench. We've got a GOAT in England. He's recently retired, but now the one from overseas in his resplendent Australian gear, no England kit today for Nathan Lyon. He's been around Lords today. Nathan, what have you been up to on this historic day for disabled cricket at Lords?
Yeah, well, firstly, thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been an amazing day. Coming here and witnessing the way the ECB run their disabilities cricket. I'm an ambassador for disability cricket back home and pretty passionate about it, and I feel like there's a lot of people who inspire me to go out and get better, and you see the skill level on display today in the previous blind expedition game, and now the game out there now. It's pretty amazing. And
blind cricket in particular, I'm pretty sure you've had lots of links with in Australia. There are videos of you out there with a guy called Michael Zanis, who I believe is an experienced Australian player in the blind game. Tell us about how you first got involved in that area of cricket.
Yeah, so I grew up with one of my neighbours having a little bit of autism. They Catherine used to always just come into our house unexpected and just wanted a cup of tea or a piece of cake. So I've kind of grew up as my childhood with some level of disability, not so much within my family, but close to my family. So when I got the opportunity, I got asked to be involved with in ability cricket. It's pretty amazing opportunity. I couldn't say no to it. So, and then I met Michael down in Adelaide, and then that day I met Michael, I got bowled by a 7-year-old girl, I think it was, playing blind cricket for the first time. So
it was a good delivery. I think it's on YouTube, so it was a good nut.
Yeah, but didn't do my confidence anymore.
But so you got involved initially via that, and what have you learnt about disability cricket and the progress you've seen? When was that when you first got involved, and what's the journey that disability cricket's been on in Australia from what you've seen?
I've been involved for around 8 years now, I guess, and I see a lot of development in the teams that they're more opportunity. Cricket Australia is going really well, having state competitions and opportunities for boys and girls to represent their state firstly, but then go on to high honours and represent Australia. And the way I look at it is that I've been very grateful and honoured to play cricket and represent Australia playing cricket, but these boys and girls that have the same opportunity, have the right to represent the country as well, and they're no different to what Joe Root for England or Ben Stokes or Virat Kohli or myself in my eyes. So they got the ability to represent their countries, and they should be pretty proud about that.
And on display today, what's particularly caught your eye, especially in the visually impaired game in the T10? I mean, you've played visually impaired cricket. You've had your highs and lows in the game. Just talk us through what it's like to play visually impaired cricket and how the game's different and how impressive the people are who play that game.
Mate, it's unbelievable skill. Ben Folkes and I were just out the back there, and we both had fully blindfold on, and Ben was bowling to me, and I can't bat anyway, but I was lucky to hit the ball once out of 6 balls, I reckon. But it's just the level of skill that they have to come and perform and score runs and take catches and do everything. That's what everyone else does who loves the game. So it's just amazing to go out and see them do that. But the biggest thing for me is the joy that they have while playing. I think that's the most important thing, and I think that's one big thing that we can't forget is how cricket is a sport for all, and that we should be really embracing that.
And this is a historic day at Lords. You've got a visually impaired game for the first time. You've got England players playing at Lords for the first time from the learning disability team, from physical disability, from the deaf side. It's a groundbreaker at Lords today. And why did you feel the need to be a part of today? And what is your hope off the back of today for? I mean, Adam Hill's mentioned we want packed out grounds for games like these, such as the standard, such as the quality of the game. But what is the hope from today, from your point of view, as someone who's seen the growth of these sports?
For me, it's just about building awareness, but also building a community where people who do have disabilities feel comfortable enough to come to a game and play a game that they probably thought they'd never have the opportunity to play, but not necessarily fear failing. Go out there. It's about going out and having fun. It's not going out there and it's competing at the highest level and winning and all that. Yes, you might progress through this through the system to get to that level, but for me it's about providing awareness for everyone out there and making sure that everyone knows that cricket is a sport for all, and there's room for everyone in our game.
And do you think, like, your experience of coming to England for this summer, do you think you've got stuff to take back to Australia in terms of how, I mean, Adam was saying that, you know, England is a world beater. He thinks Australia will be the perfecter of disabled cricket. But have you learned stuff from how it's done here and the options here to maybe take back to Australia as such an ambassador over there?
Yeah, definitely. I've had the opportunity to play that table tennis downstairs and in the long room today, and that's a whole new experience where I think I will be having a conversation with someone in CA to hopefully be able to replicate what you're doing here at the ECB. I feel like what the ECB is doing here is amazing, and it's providing so many people different opportunities to play the game. So, but saying that, I think Cricket Australia are doing a great job as well, and is very much well supported. But I feel like we're only on the start of the journey. I feel like we can go on so much more, bigger and better, and really look after the boys and girls playing the game.
I'll let you get back into the sun in a little bit, because we've had a shocking summer for you. For your first full summer in England as a county player, I mean, we're sorry as a nation, because it's been tough. It's been tough on the weather front. But yeah, just so you've seen today, and it's been a brilliant sunny day at Lords, and full of opportunity for different people. And you say you've learnt a lot from how the ECB have done it. Are there other would you encourage more professional cricketers like yourself, like ambassadors, to really get out there and get involved in the game? Do you think there could be a higher input from players like yourself, just getting in and amongst it, like Ben Folkes? Because the lift it gives for everyone here to have you guys here today, I mean, it must be huge for these players.
Well, hopefully, but I can only talk from my experience, and I'm not going to sit up here and say that everyone's got to come out and do it. But like for me personally, I'm not doing it for any recognition or anything. I'm doing it for the love of the game, and I've always said I want to give back to the game that's given me so much, and I see this as an area where it's so important to everyone. I'm not exactly sure of the exact numbers back home of the disability. They're on my phone, but I'm not going to guess them. But it's a high number of disabilities throughout or people living with disability. So if we can, as I said, make that awareness, and for me, in my role, we're role models in so many different ways, and if I can come out here and make a couple of kids smile here and there, and I've had a couple of kids have a little bit of banter with me, which has been pretty interesting.
What's the sledging been like? Because I mean, you're used to it from the English crowds, but maybe not from the kids. What have you heard any new ones today?
No new ones. Usually the drop the run out one and a bit of a sandpaper one, which is always good fun.
Classics never die.
No. They need to come up with a new bit of humour over here, but it's just finally good to see the sun out. I think this is the 6th day that I've counted with the sun out here in England, so it's nice to see it.
Yeah, well, you are in Manchester, so I guess that's part of it. Nathan, thank you so much for joining us here at Lords. You've put a lot of smiles on faces. It's a shame your fellow Australian was in full England gear, thanks so much for joining us up here, and may the awareness continue and may the expansion of the games continue as well. Thanks a lot.
Thanks for having me. Cheers. Good man. Cheers.
So that was Nathan Lyon following Adam Hills, a star-studded lineup in the commentary box today. Not least Nick Headley, who's the headliner of them all, of course, who joins us again. Nick, I guess we just got a flavour there of the gravity of a day like today, for players, for families, for people who are not involved in disabled sport, who would like to be, and the power it can have, especially events like these that can really kickstart an awareness of just how high the level is for one thing. I mean, we've just been saying, especially the level of bowling from the ECB early on, and then the power hitting from the MCC. The cricket on show today has been quite something.
It's been absolutely fantastic, isn't it? And it just what a joy to listen to both Adam and Nathan there, who clearly very, very passionate about this. And I'm looking now onto the Lord's ground. We just got this most wonderful scene of. I guess it's the families of the players, and I suppose what do we had? We've got 44 players on show today, and they're just milling around the centre. It's just, the sun is out. It's just beautiful, and look, and I think Nathan captured it really well. Well, all credit to the ECB for putting on this fixture. Hopefully, it remains as a mainstay, because it is truly inspirational to see. And as Adam highlighted, the quality of the cricket, but also the joy that people are playing it with, and I love the point that Adam also made, that things like this can actually, the impact on parents and giving them so much inspiration, so much hope for their children and what they can go on and be. So all credit to you. Terrific interviews as well. What a very, very special day for us to be part of. Yeah, indeed. And the sun has come fully out now. We are bathed, as the cricket commentator would say, bathed in sunshine here at Lords. The families, the fans, the players' friends are coming off the field now in their droves. There's a few more people than we thought in the stands today. When they all come on the pitch, you see them all, and clearly lots of them have been in the pavilion, those who are linked to the players. Wonderful day's cricket so far. The task is 216. That's what the ECB need to chase against the MCC. A reminder, lots of England players in action today, from the physically disabled team, from the learning difficulty team, and also from the players, the deaf England team as well. Before that, of course, we had a T10 game, which was a visually impaired game, featuring Adam Hills and Mark Nicholas, but also a throng of England internationals from the men's and women's sides, which really was a treat to behold. So almost all the fans coming off now, as the stewards just wander in their ring, almost in the formation of the 25-yard circle, just wandering out to the boundary. And we should get play underway rather soon. We don't know exactly when. What a treat to have Nathan Lyon here. He was wearing his Australia gear. Ben Folkes we had earlier with Nick Headley in his England training gear. Centrally contracted, of course, so he's an England player, although not involved in the tests at the moment. But what a nice guy. I mean, Ben Folkes. I mean, we've seen him on the telly. He's an absolute Spider-Man behind the stumps, and of all accounts, everyone says he's a lovely guy. But Nick, did you enjoy meeting Ben Folkes in the commentary box at Lords?
It was super to meet him as well. We had a fun joke about him recognising he probably doesn't get to play necessarily that many more Test matches unless Jamie Smith has an unfortunate trip down at the Oval in the next little while.
He's very great. He's very gracious with your questions, I thought, because a lesser man might have reacted differently. But no, he was in fine form, and very impressed with Liam Dawson behind the stumps as well for the ECB. So we'll see where Liam Dawson, that's left arm spinner, Liam Thomas. We'll see where Liam Thomas bats for the ECB when they come out. So the ground is now fully cleared. We've just got a couple of cream blazers out the front of the pavilion, 3 people in blazers. We're not sure when the players will emerge, so we might take a short break from the live commentary, and we'll be back when play resumes. So don't go anywhere too quickly. Keep the stream on, and we'll be back when the players emerge.
So welcome back to the MCC versus the ECB 11 and our disability cricket, this inaugural fixture at Lord's, the first time disability cricket has been played on the main field here at Lord's, as the umpires are out and the opening batsmen are also making their way to the pitch, but we don't have any MCC players out on the pitch just at the moment. But if you're just joining us, the MCC posted 215 for 7 in their 40 overs, held together by an absolutely brilliant innings from Luke Schlemmer, who 96 just fell short of his century, but it was really an absolutely terrific knock. And well, they started slowly, built momentum through the innings, and perhaps will be a little bit disappointed in the end not to have got perhaps 10-15 or more, but some very good controlled bowling by the ECB to pin them back. So we now have the MCC players making their way to the middle, and the two opening batsmen for the ECB chatting to the umpires. And this is me, Nick Headley, in commentary, and shortly alongside me will be Will Hobbs. I hope you've enjoyed the commentary that we've given today, and very much the interviews we've had with Ben Folkes and Adam Hills and Nathan Lyon, who really very much bringing their own perspective to this terrific fixture. And I think what we've been admiring most of all is the tremendous skills that are on show. First, in our first fixture of the day, with the visually impaired cricket, and now with the disabled cricket, where we have deaf, physical disabled and mental impairment players on show. So very shortly the ECB innings will kick off, as we have just waiting to see who will be opening the bowling for the MCC and who's opening the batting for the ECB. Is it Dan Bowser we're expecting? Angus Brown is a right-handed top-order batsman, and it's very much seen as being a future England captain, so he will be facing the first delivery. And it's Layman who comes in, and it's a nice looking delivery which Brown just turns into the leg side, and it trickles out, and there is no run. And it's Layman who's opening the bowling from the nursery end just down in front of us. We're now bathed in sunshine, and he's up to the stumps, and it's a nice looking delivery that beats Brown outside the off stump. They've got a slip in, a gully, a third, a point, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, square leg, as Layman bowls, and that's pushed firmly out into the offside by Brown, and they'll come back for a comfortable second run as Schlemmer the man who played so brilliantly in his innings does the fielding. So 2 for no loss. 216 is the target. And that's, well, a big hoik from Brown. Didn't really time it, and it bobbled out into the offside. Schlemmer does the fielding again. Layman is a big man. I just think he's comfortably, what, 6'3", 6'4", something like that. And he comes in off a 8 or so yard run up, and he bowls, and it's just turned into the leg side by Brown, but no run. As Layman comes in, and he just steers that, guides that beautifully over the boundary rope for 4. Really just used the timing, opened the face of the bat, and just steered it between third and cover. So nice looking shot from Brown. He moves on to 6, end of the first over, 6 for no loss. Well, it's Jamie Dixon, or Jimmy Dixon, who will be coming in from the pavilion end, and to bowl to Bowser. He's up the stumps now, and Bowser comes forward very correctly and pushes it out into the offside, dot ball. And we really have got absolute perfect weather now. Beautiful sunshine all around the ground. Gentle breeze. Just a handful of spectators in the grandstand as Jimmy Dixon's in, and he beats Bowser outside the off stump. Good delivery there. The ball just drifting away from Bowser down with the Lord slope. 6 for no loss. This in reply to the MCC's 215 as this delivery from Dixon. Again, Bowser treating it with utmost respect, just pushing it out of the offside. Another dot ball. As this one is just turned by Bowser into the leg side, but he's not able to get it past the fielder who's there at square leg. 6 for no loss. Something like that. Dixon comes in, and that's a lovely looking shot from Bowser. Just lent into it, might not quite go to the boundary. The fielder's converging on it now, just beats him across the rope. But a lovely shot from Bowser, just really about the timing, just lent into the cover drive. Picked his gap between mid-off and extra cover, and he's off the mark with a lovely looking 4. Dixon's in now, and that one just beats him outside the stump, goes through to the wicket keeper. So that's the end of the second over, 10 for no loss, as the ECB set about scoring their total of 216. Layman's in, and this one's just shorter length, pushing Brown onto the back foot, forces it out to the offside, but it's straight to Schlemmer, who's fielding in the covers. 10 for no loss. As this one is, well, Brown attempts to turn it, but misses. And the wicketkeeper dives to his left and parries and prevents otherwise what probably would have run away for 4. As Layman bowls, and that's well, that's wide outside the off stump, but not called a wide. Expect a little bit of movement away from Layman, and very close, certainly, to being called a wide. As Layman comes in, and that's just pushed off the back foot into the covers by Brown, but he can't get it past the fielder. I do like the look of these MCC kit with the collars, with the the yellow and orange colour. As Layman's in again, and pushed into the offside, no run. Layman, this one, well, it's not quite where Bowser intended it. Oh, sorry, Brown intended it. Leading inside edge, probably could have squirted out into the air, but as it was, it trickled down into the ground onto the offside. So the end of Layman's second over, and the score 10-4, no loss. Just looking at Schlemmer there, just practicing in the field. He would have certainly enjoyed his knock today. Certainly some of his sixes, and that one particularly that went over the grandstand was an extraordinary shot. As Jimmy Dixon's in now, and that's a player miss outside the off stump by Bowser. And possibly just a little bit of the ball just drifted a bit with the slope away from him. And that one again just beats him outside the off stump. Dixon bowls, and that's flicked away nicely by Bowser, and it's gone for 6. He's really connected that. It's a shorter boundary into the grandstand there, but he just nonchalantly flicked it away, just cleared the rope, and one bounce and over the stand there, actually into the grandstand. So he moves to 10, and Dixon just straying fractionally down the leg side. This one, though, he gets absolutely on the spot, and Browser comes forward very correctly. Brown looks like Bowser looks like the kind of player who's just very happy in this innings, just to put away the bad ball. Early days, not take any risks or anything like that. As Dixon's in, and again, Bowser just plays it into the offside. Dot ball. As he's in again, and he played very firmly, Bowser. I'm not quite sure it will go up to the boundary. I don't think it will. It's just been cut off by the fielder there, Valjee. But they are able to come back for 2. And the score moves to 18 for no loss. And Bowser moves to 12 of his 12 deliveries. So runner ball. He's in now in bowls, and this one is off the back foot, forced by Brown, but he can't get it past Schlemmer, who's fielding in the covers. As we were saying earlier, Will, very good standard of cricket this, and we'll continue to see this with the bowlers. Good, very good control, and this one is slightly short of a length, and Brown tries to force it into the offside, but in the end it's Layman who does the fielding of his own bowling. Score 18 for no loss as the ECB reply to the MCC's 215. And this one, well, he's found a nice gap here, may well get 4 for it. He is going to get 4 for it, very well guided by Brown out towards the 3rd boundary, and he moves on to 10. The score 22 for 10. He really just used a little bit of timing and the pace of the ball just to guide it towards that boundary. Layman balls. Well, he's gone aerial for this. He may well be caught. It's gone high, high, high. I think it's Schlemmer underneath it, and he does indeed. He takes the catch. Brown perishes. He suddenly went for a very, very expensive, expansive shot, and just spooned it high into the air on the offside. And well, a very straightforward catch for Schlemmer, who took it just above his head. On the edge of the circle. So the first wicket for the ECB is down. Brown departs for 10 with the score on 22 for 1. So that brings the new batsman in, who is Jackson. And he's just taking his guard and will face Laxman, who's he's now up to the stumps and he bowls, and this is turned into the leg side. Jackson thinks about a single and wisely gets sent back as the fielder from square leg was quickly in and snuffing out any chance of a run. So the score remains 22 for 1. We're in the 5th over. As Laxman's in, and somebody just turned into the leg side by Jackson, but no real pace on the ball, and so that is the end of Layman's 3rd over with the score 22 for 1. And yeah, I think Brown may be a bit disappointed with that shot. There was certainly, he'd scored a 4 with a run before. There was really no need to take that much risk, and I suspect he'll be back in the pavilion feeling a little bit disappointed. As Dixon's in and bowls, and this is another dot ball. Yeah, the 215 feels like a very, very gettable total, and in some respects, of course, this is the winner is less important today than if you like the spectacle and the occasion. But nonetheless, there was no need to go for that shot, as this one is just turned by Bowser into the leg side, and actually very nicely turned the leg side. Didn't really get much on it, but enough on it, and there's only one fielder on the deep, and it crosses the boundary rope, so Bowser picks up another boundary. As the fielder down there has to do a bit of hunting, as the ball had gone underneath the grandstand. So Bowser moves on to 16, scored 26 for 1. And this one he comes correctly forward and just pushes up to mid-off for no run. As that one, well, there's a flash from Bowser outside the offside. He's beaten, didn't get anything on it, and the wicketkeeper didn't hold on to it anyway, but could so easily have been a little edge through to the wicketkeeper there. And this deliver again, just pushed into the offside by Bowser. Actually, both saying, well, the score's saying Jackson at the moment. Is that right? Yeah, no, that was Bowser at the end of that delivery. So it's the end of the 6th over, and the score's 26 for 1. And well, similar. Really start to the one we had the ECB innings, where no great momentum in the innings. A couple of wickets fell early doors, and but the run rate fairly becalmed. No. as that delivery from Layman just goes through to the wicketkeeper. No run. Oh, and that beats him well. Laxmany, Jackson comes forward, bit of extra bounce, and just goes past the outside edge. 26 for 1. MCC would love another wicket now. This one, well, it's been called a wide. It was just shaping away from the right-handed Jackson as he got himself in position to play the square cut. One more to the total, 27 for 1. As Layman's in, he beats him again. Jackson just struggling so far. He's faced 5 deliveries. But a little bit of bounce. Good line and length from Layman. He's bowling very well. And this one, well, he will get off the mark, Jackson, not in a particularly auspicious way. He came forward and the ball just looped off his bat into the leg side, but he immediately set off, and good communication with Bowser, and they were both comfortably home. So 28 for 1. Brings the left-handed Bowser onto strike. He's just taking guard. I'm just trying to work out how much he's actually faced Layman so far. I suspect not very much at all. He's Bowser's 16. Not out. As he comes in and just turns it into the leg side. And Schlemmer does the fielding. No run. Next delivery from Layman, and just turned into the leg side by Bowser, but again no run. So that's the end of the 7th over. 28 for 1, going along at exactly 4 runs and over, with a required run rate of 5.7. But batting conditions look pretty good out there. They've got the shorter boundary to the grandstand when they need it, and plenty of batting to come. Very much that will, and so Dixon is Jimmy Dixon is in again, start of his 4th over, and that first one just Jackson just tickles into the leg side, no run. So all very calm, measured cricket, with the exception of that one rash shot so far from Brown, but otherwise this a very sensible approach to batting, as well. This is a nice looking shot from Jackson out into the covers, but he's just not quite able to get it past the fielder. He's on the edge of the circle there, so a dot ball, and Jackson is just measuring the pitch, just patting down a little bit of it as Dixon's in again, and well, he's beaten as the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper. So So Jackson at the moment is just struggling a little bit with the pitch, with the bowlers. But he's still there. And this one from again, that just bounced on him a bit. Dixon just got a little bit of extra bounce off the pitch and just went through. But they were able to scamper through for a bye. So the score moves on, 29 for 1. Bowser's on to strike. Still a first slip and either a fourth slip or a gully, depending how you want to look at it. And that's... Oh, he's dropped him. He dropped him. Or did it bounce just before? We'll have a quick look. It was a chance from Schlemmer. It was a thick outside edge, went to first slip. And it went hard, very cavied, and it was just dropped by Schlemmer. He'll be bitterly disappointed with that. He had it, and he just couldn't quite hold on to it. As Dixon comes in, and he beats him again, so Dixon is causing all kind of problems outside that off stump, that over. What a terrific over that was, really deserved a wicket. But he must have beaten the batsman at least 4 times outside the stumps. So Layman continuing, and that's a short delivery, and that's been dispatched nonchalantly for 4 by Jackson. That was a rank long hop. Jackson was onto it quickly and just clattered that outside off stump. He didn't quite get hold of it actually, which is why it was only a 4. It went aerial, but that ball, one way or another, definitely got what it deserved. And this one, again, quite an expansive shot, and he'll get certainly a couple for it. He hasn't timed it, but it's gone out towards the deep mid-on boundary, and the fielder comes around from more of a mid-wicket type position to do the fielding. So 2 more for the total. Jackson moves on to 7, the score 35 for 1. Layman's gone for 6 from his first 2 deliveries of this over, and that one just short of a length, and they will they'll run quickly between the wickets as it's just dropped into the leg side by Jackson. They quickly call each other through. So 36 for 1, 7 off the over so far. Layman, he's been very tidy up until this point, but he's in the first 4 overs he'd gone for just 12 runs. But he's gone for 7 from the first 3 deliveries of this over. Bowser on strike. And this one, well, it's going to be called a wide. It's just drifted past the leg stump. Bowser made an attempt to play it, but was quite happy to let it go by, and the umpire signalled a wide, so 1 more onto the total. I wonder if this may be Layman's last over. He'll be asked to take a breather after this for a bit, and this one he brings Bowser forward, he pushes it into the offside, and it just plops 3 or 4 feet in front of him for a dot ball. 37 for 1. We're in the 9th over of this ECB reply to the MCC innings, and that's a nice looking shot. Really lovely looking shot from Bowser, who's going to get 4. He's just flicked it into the leg side and crosses the boundary rope, and he moves on to 20, and the score 41 for 1. And as Layman's in, and there's more runs here. I think there's going to be 4 more of them as it does. Bowser's onto it quickly, just turns it into leg side, more into towards the sort of fine leg area. And that was an expensive over for MCC. I think, what do we have? Three boundaries off it. I'm just having a look. 12, so what was that? 16 off the over, I think, something of that order. So at the end of that over, we have MCC, sorry, the ECB are up to 45 for 1. Bowser's on 24, Jackson on 8. And as I said, I anticipate Layman will probably take a breather at that point. Dixon will continue from, or expecting him to continue from the pavilion end, certainly for 1 more. He'll be bowling to Jackson. As he's in now. And that one, well, it's another chance. It was a thickish edge. It's running up towards the boundary. Won't quite get there. Will just be pulled between them. But the players will be able to come back for 3 runs. It was a good delivery to Jackson. He came forward, got it outside edge. I think it probably just bounced in front of first slip. But the score with that moves to 48 for 1. And Jackson moves on to 11, brings Bowser back onto strike. As that one is... well, again, it's interesting with Dixon. That one just beats Bowser. And what Dixon's able to do is just get a little bit of bounce. He just plants it just short of a length. That classic corridor of uncertainty, and he's just getting a little bit of skid, a little bit of bounce off the surface, and it's definitely causing Jackson and Bowser a little bit of a problem. This one is just turned off his hip by Bowser, and they'll pick up an easy single, as it's Layman who does the fielding. 49 for 1. This is the 10th over. Good solid foundation at the moment for the ECB as they set off in pursuit of this target. Dixon to Jackson, and he comes forward and it squeezes off the outside of the bat down towards the gully 4 slip area where it's fielded. No run. Dixon's in again, and this one there's going to be a run as it's flicked down towards fine leg, and field is just down in front of us here by, what is that? I think that probably is Layman, isn't it? Who's yeah, Layman who's doing the fielding. So that brings up the 50 for the ECB in the just 1 ball short of the 10th over. So we've had 59 deliveries for the 50, and this final over ball of the Dixon over is played by Bowser up to mid-off, and no run. So ECB should be reasonably happy with the progress they're making so far. Yeah, pretty similar, just but for that Layman expensive Omer. That's just Well, cricket's a cruel game, isn't it? Because, of course, Schlemmer came off the pitch as a bit of a hero, and but he may just have dropped the ashes, really. Yeah, that's the first bit of hard running we've seen in this fixture today. Jackson absolutely haired off on the first run, and despite the good throw that came in, was comfortably home for the second. Yeah, been very, very tidy, and of course that crucial drop catch from the last over. Only actually one of them. should have been 2 there. I think definitely the right decision to keep on with Dixon. He's no doubt he's been causing problems for these batsmen, and you do feel that for the MCC to win this, they've got to get some pressure on the ECB innings. Yeah, it's I mean, what is it? It was 7 wickets that the MCC lost in their 40 overs, and the required run rate is not extreme. So somehow you feel that for the MCC they need to engineer some wickets and just start putting a bit of pressure on the ECB, as that's the critical tactic. Yeah, very tidy stuff from Bostock so far. There's 9 deliveries, have just gone for 7 runs. But you do feel that a couple of wickets, couple of quick wickets are important, just to put the pressure on. Politely. Yeah. Well, I think you've captured the way he plays. It's about timing, isn't it? It doesn't feel particularly taking any big risks. But it doesn't. But it certainly doesn't feel it's very risk-free cricket, isn't it? We're watching him. Well, this is a smart move. This is Uffindall coming on, and very much was thinking it's time for a bit of spin. As relatively speaking, these two hadn't looked that troubled. Just see if you can induce a full stroke. Well, that's what he does, as you say. It's all very respectful, polite play from him. Field is further spread now. No slips or gully in. But for the MCC, they just need to be thinking about how do they retain control and buy themselves some wickets. That's 50 partnership up as well. Yeah, with that over, Jackson has just overtaken Bowser. Very similar number of deliveries they both faced. But Jackson, who struggled early on in his innings, is just beginning to up the momentum. Good bit of fielding by Schlemmer there, wasn't it? Goodwin some stop. Could have done him quite a lot of damage as well. Get a couple. Yeah, and Uffindall not quite finding his line there, and he's got a very important job to play, really, just to put a bit of pressure back on the bowlers, on the batsmen. So it's important he does find his line and length. MCC need a wicket. I think it was a no ball as well, actually, so there's a free hit coming up. Just 4, I think. Is that right? Another no ball? Yes, it is. Yeah, okay. He's still got one more. He's got one more delivery. It could be a chance. He's bowled him. Yeah. Well, it was a good knock, and a very important knock for the ECB innings. It took him a while to get going, and you know, there were certainly some lusty blows in there. Not totally sure he ever looked necessarily at his imperious best, and certainly his dismissal at the end was not a great choice of shot for that delivery. But in the game, context of the game, is exactly what was required, because up until that point, the ECB had made this run chase look very easy indeed. But now with that wicket down, well, here's the chance for the MCC just to see if they can get another couple of quick wickets, just to put a bit of pressure on the ECB. Yeah. So, Mr. Flynn, the captain, is in.
So Uffindall it is to bowl full of a length. It's defended back up the pitch to him for no run. Uffindall in again, not wasting any time, bowling to the new man. Flynn wants to get as many deliveries in as quickly as possible, doesn't want to let Callum Flynn settle at all. The opening bowler, of course, for the ECB, coming in at number 4 with the bat, nudges away off the pads. Slight hesitation running between the wickets, but he gets through now.
I guess one of the things that really critical about the running between the wickets, but I guess, you know, with a disability 11, I suppose that's one of the hardest things, because
Uffindall in. It's worked away nicely this time by Bowser, who moves to 39.
Because I guess the player at the other side, he may be batting with, maybe deaf, or may have a physical impairment, means they can't run as fast. So I guess with this cricket, you have to be very respectful, and quick singles, I would think, is quite a rare thing as a whole.
It's a fair point. I mean, we have seen plenty. I mean, for phases of this game, I think for almost all of it, particularly this game, you just wouldn't know. You just think this was almost a county game of cricket between two very accomplished sides, and you just almost wouldn't notice whatsoever.
Exactly that.
Given the calibre of the performers and the athletes on show today. It's an interesting point you raise. 39 for Bowser, who's on strike. Now the senior man, after Jackson's dismissal on 50. And he's facing now, one hand comes off the bat as he drives. Doesn't carry to the fielder, just a dot ball for Bowser.
We've got Scott, haven't we, as the bowler.
Scott down the leg side, signalled wide. He looked very dangerous with the bat, did Scott. Was closing out the innings very well with Schlemmer. Fell the over after him, put on that massive partnership. Schlemmer falling for 94. Scott falling for 30, a quick 30 it was though. Hitting a couple of sixes to that grandstand area, joining Schlemmer. Former Middlesex and Gloucestershire player. Angling in at the pads that time of Bowser, who couldn't get it away. This could be an intriguing battle. And Bowser, the England opener, against the former county all-rounder George Scott. Very fluid, smooth action, tall man. Swivel pull shot from Bowser. Finds Schlemmer at deep square.
Yeah, didn't quite middle that. But for the interest of the game, I think a couple of quick wickets now would make this very interesting. You saw it's what, 120 for 4. So 13 more runs out of the score, a couple more wickets. That would just bring, at the moment, you would have to say the ECB look in quite a comfortable place.
Yep, you would have to say that outside the off stump, flayed away, good connection, goes square, but there is cover and protection on that boundary. So just one run to the total. Bowser back on strike on 40 now. 108 for 2. Going well above the required run rate at the moment. Something needs to give for the MCC a drive down the ground. I think it might have come off the non-striking batsman there. Doesn't pierce the infield either way. So a good start from Scott, full of length, decent lines. One ball he dropped short, was only hit for a single. And he drops another fielder now. He brings in third to the fence, from the fence to inside the circle, and he drops mid-on deep. He bowls now, and it's defended uniformly by Bowser. Back up to him. So Bowser's on 40. Flynn will take the strike on 2. 108 for 2 the score. 108 to win. 126 balls. They're halfway there.
Halfway there. Yeah, what we don't know is what the ECB batting is like, but you assume so long as they've got, you know, if Bowser stays there, then this will be very comfortable, and Flynn stays there, will be very comfortable. But that's why.
Uffindall in, straight and full, played accordingly down the ground for a single, down to long on. ECB have had the better of the batting conditions, no doubt about it. Just seem to have shown more intent from the start. Not markedly, but the scoring shots were always available to them. They've scored regular boundaries, as that's carved out to the man at backward point who fields, no run.
Yeah, such an important phase for Uffindall now, if he can just put a bit of pressure on these batsmen, keeping it tight.
That's not going to help. That's a full bunger, which the batsman Bowser can stroll into and hammer down the ground. Very easy batting for the man in the 40s.
Yeah, that was just not a good delivery. Really, very straightforward for Bowser. Just a looped full toss.
In comes Uffindall. It's a better length this time, and it's played back to him. He stops it and fields. Very cool sunglasses, the right arm spinner. And he floats another one. That's another bad delivery on the pads, but he'll get away with it, Uffindall. Good fielding out there on the boundary. Just a single, straight to him. One more in the Uffindall over, as the field rotates for the right-hander. Who's Flynn, who's 3 off 5, facing up to Uffindall. It's a full delivery, played into the offside and fielded at cover. So a dot to finish for Uffindall. He's now 22 off his 4 overs. He's taken that 1 wicket. That wicket of Jackson, who fell to the reverse sweep, the ball after he reached 50, but his contribution was significant, as is Bowser, who remains on 45. The players are taking a short drinks break. Flynn is with him, the opening bowler, the number 4 batter, with Bowser on 3. A comfortable position for the ECB side. They're well on course. Just 2 wickets down and runs on the board, going nicely.
Yeah, they look as though they've got this under control, and I just wonder for MCC, they need to find a way to buy a couple of wickets, just create a bit of pressure, because it's the pressure that's going to win them this game. I don't think there's enough in the pitch for batsmen that are well set not to be able to chase down this total. So it just needs a bit of pressure that batsmen play full shots, and suddenly you find you're 7 wickets down, still needing 50 runs.
Yeah, that pressure will have to come through wickets. The MCC bowling side, the fielding side, have left the field for drinks. 2 batters still out there.
It looks like maybe quite a hot day actually now.
Yeah, we're very much in the shade, aren't we? We've lucked out there. We don't know how warm it is, but the sun is blazing right now.
And what we don't know is what sort of bowling attack the MCC have. Certainly the pick of the bowlers so far has been Dixon. Has caused decent problems, and that Schlemmer drop on Valjee certainly looks to be very, very costly indeed. I don't recall exactly how many he was on at the time.
He was on 16.
16, so he's added another 29. And yeah, that's certainly makes life difficult. But this is a rare scene in cricket. We've just got a few players on the pitch, and the rest, I don't know whether they're going for comfort breaks or whether they're drinks in the long room. But the umpires look as though they've been quite happy to take time off the field as well. And Will is going to take leave, and Sam is going to join me in commentary as the umpires make their way back onto the pitch. And so we have 20 overs completed, 20 to go, and ECB requiring just 102 runs to win. Very languid, relaxed style out there at the moment. We've got the 2 batsmen, Dan Valjee and Callum Flynn, making their way back to the middle. Their bat and helmets are just off to the side, and the MCC team are in a huddle, discussing how they might buy some wickets. Sam, good to see you again.
I thought for a second that was how you were introducing me, languid and relaxed. I thought you were going to bring me in that way. But no, fair enough. Oh, I'm going. Who couldn't be good on a day like today? It might be the nicest day at Lord's so far this summer, and for me, it's probably the most important day of the summer at Lord's as well. Certainly the most wholesome. It's been wonderful. I know you've been stuck up here. I've been wandering around, seeing everything that's going on, and it's just been brilliant. Superb cricket, superb finish. I back the ECB here, you know. It's a big uphill task for the MCC.
I think ECB are looking comfortable at the moment. It's and so the question for the MCC is how can they find a couple of wickets? They can find a couple of quick wickets. Of course, drinks breaks is always a great opportunity, just when perhaps concentration from the batsman isn't what it might be. Just to put a bit of pressure. It'd be nice to have a grandstand finish, wouldn't it? Right at the moment, they look pretty comfortable on this pitch. There are no great demons in the pitch. Doesn't look like their bowling attack has got any great mystery to it. So feels like it's going to be ECB mistakes and a bit of pressure that swings this game It's Scott. He's coming in from the nursery end. He's up to the stumps, he bowls and mishit by Bowser. And trickles into the offside, dot ball, 114 for 2.
He's batted well, Bowser, hasn't he? Good player. Good player, as is Callum Flynn at the other end. Lots of experience in these two sides.
Have you seen them play before?
At the DPL, yeah, previously.
Scott's in, and this one beats Bowser outside the off stump, just getting it to shape away outside the left-hander's off stump. And he fenced at it, but didn't get anything on it.
So Dan Bowser was on the Yorkshire Academy for a bit.
Okay.
He's a very good, solid player, and Callum is just an all-rounder.
Scott bowls and forced off the back foot by Bowser, but he can't get it past the fielder at point.
Match-winning all-rounder, skipper of the England physical disability side, Callum. Lovely story, lovely lad. I was telling Will a bit earlier, he does a bit of comms on up at Lancs as well, so good talker about the game, clever, intelligent captain.
Scott's in, and well, this is in the air, and he's going to be out. That is the wicket we were looking for. Bowser tried to turn it into the leg side. He got a leading top edge, and it just spooned up into the air. And Scott was able to take the catch off his own bowling, and that is a crucial wicket. 114 for 3. Bowser, the man who's looked very set, is on his way back. How disappointed he will be, and very much as I was saying, perhaps the drinks break, a little lack of concentration, whatever it is, but it brings the MCC right back into this game.
Yeah, he was just looking to turn that into the leg side. Hit him right on the top of the bat, leading edge. It tucked him for room. There wasn't really the room there for Dan Bowser. It always looked a little bit awkward. Commentator's curse said how good a batter he is. He played really well for his 45. But that, just a little glimmer of hope for the MCC.
Well, that definitely a glimmer of hope, and another 1 or 2. And I was saying 120 for 4 was would then make this interesting. So the 114 for 3. I think they were 107 for 2 at the time. So the new man is Edwards.
Yeah, Chris Edwards.
Chris Edwards on his way in. Has been the captain of the learning disability cricket team, and now a full-time coach with the Cheshire Cricket Board. So he comes to the middle.
Very experienced player, very experienced. I think he went on his first Ashes tour, maybe late 2000, I'd say 2009-10, when he was only 15.
Is that right?
He's been playing international cricket for 14, 15 years, yeah. Serious cricketer. Is he MBE or OB?
Well, I think British Empire medal.
BEM, okay.
Yeah.
I knew he had something.
That's right. So he's now ready to face his first delivery from Scott. He bowls, and he comes very correctly forward, pushes it down the pitch, and Scott does the fielding off his own bowling. 114 for 3, so ECB require 102 to win. Plenty of time to do it, plenty of wickets left. They're still in control of this, but is the door just been left fractionally open as with the departure of Dan Bowser? And that delivery from Scott is just pushed in the offside by Edwards. So a dot ball, very, very good over from Scott. Indeed, very good figures. He's 2 overs, just the 1 wicket, and just 3 runs.
So what I like about this partnership here is you've got England Physical Disabilities captain, and Chris Edwards, former learning disability captain. There's something called the Disability Premier League, which is the ECB's T20 competition. And what I love about that is it's pan-disability.
As Uffindall comes in, and Flynn comes down the track and beats the fielder at mid-wicket, and they are able to come through for a single. Score 115 for 3.
So what you get with that is the guys and girls actually who the visual impairment players can't play in that one. It's just 2 different game, but you get physical disability, the England deaf players, and the learning disability. And they've all come together and they have to learn to play off each other's strengths. So it's a
very good assist delivery. It's big appeal for leg before. Uffindall, I think, a little bit optimistic. He had gone a long way down the pitch, had Edwards. But we're just having a look at the replay now. Yeah, I think it probably just bounced a bit. Probably would have gone over. That next delivery is just turned into the leg side by Edwards. No run.
So it's a fascinating tournament, and just the standard, because people are aware. They've got so many new players because people weren't necessarily aware that there was different formats of disability cricket that could be played and the opportunities.
As Edwards, this delivery turns into the leg side, another dot ball.
And you know, in the various T20 competitions around the world, you have the kind of icon players, or the players with kind of gold against them because they're the flagship players for the competition.
As Uffindall comes in, turned into the leg side, no run.
So a side might be, I don't know, allowed 3 of those players, and both of these two would have that gold star next to them. And they are flagship players in disability cricket. So
Uffindall in. And this one's going to be called a wide. It's just drifted past the leg stump. So tell me more about how they play off each other again with the different strengths, different disabilities. As we just final delivery this Uffindall over, and it will be a dot ball. End of the over, 116 for 3.
So you have the deaf players. You can't wear any kind of hearing impairment. And actually, it's a really strict rule that in an international game, I think I'm right in saying that if someone steps onto the pitch with any kind of hearing aid in, the game's automatically abandoned as a defeat. It sounds pretty harsh, doesn't it?
Very harsh, yeah.
But those guys are playing. I remember talking to Josh Price about it, actually, who we haven't seen Josh bat yet, have we?
No, we haven't.
Yeah, no. The bat, he hits a long ball, by the way, so I suspect he might be. And if the run rate creeps up a little bit, Josh Price may be the man they turn to, but he says for him it's more about feel, and he's a skipper at one of the sides, and he has to. Josh actually, I'll come back to it after this ball.
Yeah, it's at Scott starting his third over. He's up the stumps now, bowls, and that's a nice looking shot and terrific stop as well in the covers there. That's a firmly hit shot by Flynn, and player just diving to his left. And stopped it very well. So this delivery is in and brings Flynn forward, and he sets off quickly. He's able to get through for an easy single.
It's about communicating and learning to communicate with each other. There's a lovely piece actually on the BBC, I think, where Evie Ashton has done with Umesh Valjee, where he leads with a line about sledging, and people assume there's no sledging, and Umesh says, well, in deaf cricket, he says, well, there's plenty of sledging, the umpires just can't hear it, it's all done through sign language.
Excellent. This delivery is squirted out by Edwards down to third, and he'll pick up 1 run. 118 for 3. It's a very cat and mouse moment in the game. Another wicket really brings the MCC back into it, as this one is just flicked by Flynn out into the leg side. He doesn't get anything on it actually, so it just trickles about 15 yards away from him, and the fielder comes in off the boundary, but it's a nice easy single. Flynn moves on to 5, 119 for 3. And Scott is in again, and just turned into the leg side by Edwards. Nice easy single, 120 for 3.
That's all they need to do at the moment now, the ECB, isn't it? Just keep it ticking along. I think the MCC at some point are going to have to try something a little bit different, put a bit more pressure, maybe, sounds odd, but maybe get a slip back in or a close catcher. Just stop. If you're just going to have easy singles, they'll do it comfortably.
As Dixon's in, and this is fenced really by Flynn out into the leg side, but there's no one in short, so he's able to get the single. 121 for 3 at the end of the 23rd over. But I think you're absolutely right, Sam. That's the question is, how do you find a way just to put pressure on, induce the poor shot, Whether or not they bring back Dixon a bit earlier as well, he's certainly looked like the most threatening of all the bowlers.
And he'll know the batters quite well as well.
As it's Uffindall continuing, and floated delivery that's hit firmly by Flynn straight up to mid-off, and they decide not to run. It's Uffindall again, flatter delivery, just turned into the leg side. Laxman comes around from fine leg and does the fieldman, sorry, Layman rather.
I was going to say, have we got a rather more famous? You never know with the MCC.
You never know, that's right, who might be brought in. 122 for 3. And a nice looking shot from Edwards, but he won't get anything for it as he hits it firmly down to mid-on.
See, at least here they've got that almost short mid-wicket, short mid-on there, preventing that drop and run. It's still spread field.
And again, hit firmly up to mid-off, and they do decide to run. They set off slightly late, actually, but pick up the single.
And it's stuff like that. It's hard to criticise, but look at where mid-off is. He's not saving a single there.
He's not saving a single, no. There's this delivery from Uffindall as Flynn hits firmly down the ground, straight to Uffindall.
And you can see why, and if they were bowling first, fine, but the run rate's less than 6 and over, so a runner ball does it, and does it comfortably with wickets in hand.
Uffindall looping delivery, which is hit hard down the pitch, not totally timed by Flynn, but they will pick up a single. So end of the 24th over, 124 for 3. These two came together when Bowser departed for 45 just after the tea break, so it's added 10 without having to take any great risks, mainly with the singles.
I always like saying down Bowser's name. It just reminds me of playing a game of Mario Kart.
And you've presumably watched him play a few times, have you?
Yeah, a couple of times up in the DPL. Go around various venues. It's brilliant. Loughborough, I think we're up at Neston. Actually, Chris Edwards' home club is Neston.
Okay. And so Scott bowling, and that's a very expansive looking shot. He's certainly got hold of it, and it has gone all the way 4-6. That was a terrific shot from Flynn, and he just picked it up slightly outside the off stump and just stood and banged it into the grandstand.
And it's that short leg side boundary that just becomes even more enticing for batters. I mean, that would have gone for 6 on most grounds, but the fact there's that short boundary, batters have just in the back of their mind, they know that these days with those bits of willow they hold, that a miss hit almost always goes for 6.
6 as well. As we've just got the searching for the ball, which has now been found by the MCC player. That 6, by the way, takes the score 130 for 3, and Flynn moves on to 14.
Beautiful hour or two out back a bit earlier on the nursery ground. You had great to see Nathan Lyon and Adam Hills and Ben Folkes. You had quite a commentary. I feel like it's a real step down, me coming in on your side after those.
Well, it was super to have them in here, and lovely to talk to all of them. There's Scott bowls now, and they take an easy single as it goes out to the offside. But not least, I think that the passion that both Adam and Nathan spoke about disability cricket was just truly wonderful, and clearly they cared deeply about it and would love to see it flourish. As this one, well, it's quite a wide delivery from Scott outside the off stump, which Edwards has nothing to do with it. 131 for 3. Yeah, very good of them both to make time to come and chat to us up here. Scott is in, and that one Edwards plays and misses, goes straight through to the wicketkeeper. Dot ball.
Very lucky to have a quick chat with Nathan about it, and I know he's got his personal interest in it, and he said he's going to take some learning points. He says, brilliant to see what the ECB have done. I'm going to take it back to Australia. And we were talking about how there's multiple Ashes winners out there in this ECB Select 11.
Scott comes in, and another dot ball.
There was a little bit of gentle jesting out there amongst. So he went in. He was introduced to Rob Hollingsworth, who's one of the main bowlers for the England Visual Impairment 11. And actually in Australia, he was pulled aside and stopped for bowling because he bowled too quickly. So they bowl underarm. It's an amazing
well, we
sport.
We saw him earlier. That's right, this morning, first thing. Scott's in, and they'll come through for another single.
And someone quipped to Nathan Lyon. They said, yeah, and it wouldn't be morally right to bowl too quickly, would it? Quick as a flash. He went, yeah. I think it would be avoided series if you did that, wouldn't it? very sharp from both of them.
Very good. So that's the end of the 25th over with ECB on 132 for 3. They need 84 to win from 90 deliveries. So at the moment, they are probably in the ascendant position, but he was saying a couple of wickets could change that very, very quickly. And so, Sam, you follow quite a lot of the disabled cricket then.
Yeah, I'm very, very lucky to have been involved with the DPL, only a tiny little role. I mean, my role's easy. I just sit there and talk about it. There's some wonderful people involved at the ECB.
And it's Schlemmer coming on to bowl. And this first delivery is just turned into the leg side by Edwards, and they've come through for 1 run, 133 for 3.
So you've got people like Ian Martin, who's ECB's head of disability cricket. Recently, he is an MBE, I believe. He was in the Queen's Birthday Honours list, alongside Catherine Silverbrunt.
This one from Schlemmer just brings Flynn forward, and there's no run.
So he's over there proud as punch, as is Richard Hill as well. He's heavily involved. Neil Bradshaw.
So this one just squares up Flynn slightly, but no run. And this one is square cut by Flynn out into the offside. And one more run onto the total, 134 for 3.
Jane Powell's involved. Jane's the president of Yorkshire County Cricket Club. Fantastic human being is Jane.
And mistimed shot by Edwards. And another dot ball.
Into the Olympics, playing hockey, captained England women and won the International World Cup final, I think, over in Australia. Got involved in lacrosse, high performance lacrosse on his back, working for the ECB, helping push these guys towards.
This one's a full toss from Schlemmer and just forced up the ground by Edwards. One more on to the total, 135 for 3. That's the end of the over. We're now going to have a look at the caught and bowled from the Umpires' perspective. With the chess camera, and we're just expecting it to roll any second. Hasn't quite come on. We may get it a little bit later.
Oh, we'll get there. It's always the way when you're in commentary boxes. Technical gremlins come at just the wrong time. It was a fine catch by Chris Edwards. He's out there on strike. Yeah, Neston's one of the DPL venues, and that's his home club. So it's Cheshire Premier League's a serious standard.
As Scott starts his next over, and this one is just guided down towards third by Edwards, and one more to the total, 136 for 3. Brings Flynn on to strike. A wicket. That's what the MCC need. What can Scott do? He's got one already. He's up to the stumps. He bowls, and he has indeed got a wicket. Flynn tried to make space for himself. He tried to guide it down to third, and he's just got an edge onto his stumps. He looks up to the sky in horror as it hits the off stump. And, well, this game is very definitely alive.
That one is shaped back in. I mean, that's pitching on about a 6 stump line, isn't it? Comes back and just cramps him for room.
Comebacks and cramps him, and that is the 4th wicket down.
Game on, I reckon. You said 4 down for 130, didn't you?
4 down for 120 is where I want, but 4 down for 136.
You'd have taken
just a little bit of pressure building now. They can still do it, run a ball. Interesting to see the captaincy of the MCC becomes really critical now. But that was exactly what this game needed. And we've got 2 new batsmen. Edwards, he's faced 19 deliveries for a 7. And then we've got Liam Thomas, the wicketkeeper, on his way out. So this game is still very much alive.
A lot of batting to come, though. A lot of batting to come. I suspect it might be the other Liam, you know. I reckon Liam O'Brien.
You are absolutely right.
It would feel a bit, for him to come in any lower than 6 would be the sign of a serious lineup. I mean, having him at 6 is wonderful. Plays his cricket. Was it Black Cats for the DPL last year? I mean, I saw him smash, I think, 89 off 34 balls. He may have moved around. He certainly, maybe he scored. Maybe he won the final, didn't he, for the Tridents? I think he scored 20 odd in a low scoring game, but he smashes it basically. They change around every year. These players can never keep up.
So he's an accomplished all-rounder.
Yeah, he's brilliant.
And an experienced player as well, isn't he? So this is a situation that won't faze him.
And he's still got Price and Greenway, who would bat in the top 4 for the England F side.
Is that right? Okay. Well, let's see. Here comes Scott charging in. And it's a good delivery that O'Brien comes through forward very respectfully. 136 for 4. 80 required from 81 deliveries. So a runner ball gets them home. They've got the short leg side boundary when bowling from the nursery end. And this one is, he's beaten. O'Brien played a cover drive, but beaten outside the off stump, went through to the wicketkeeper. Good over this from Scott. He's bowled very well so far. He's 16 conceded from his and 2 wickets taken from his. He's in his 5th over as he bowls again, and this one again beats O'Brien outside the off stump. It's a crucial moment. They're just dropping the player down onto the 3rd boundary. Question you say, do you, as this one, well, that's exactly where the ball has gone, down there. But an interesting question of how you just keep the pressure on here, whether it's worth bringing in a slip.
I would. It's easy for me to say this from up here. I'd certainly, would I keep 3rd up? What happens if you keep 3rd up is that there's a thick outside edge that goes past them for 4, but those easy singles, I mean, that run rate is just crept above 6 and over required now, 6.1. And I know that the MCC had a big finish. We can see on that Manhattan graph they had that big over couple from the end. You've got to keep the pressure up, particularly when you've got 2 new batters out there. Don't let Liam O'Brien be 10 out of 10 balls, because then he didn't have his eye in.
Right.
And then he can hurt you. So see mid on, mid off. Just bring them up a couple of yards.
Just to put the pressure on, exactly. And it's Schlemmer who will continue from the pavilion end. It's, that first delivery is good delivery, just bringing O'Brien forward. And Schlemmer, of course, who dropped Bowser, a catchable chance that went to him at first slip. Slip catches are never easy, but he would have expected to hold on to it. Another good delivery from Schlemmer. O'Brien just playing it back down the pitch to him. Nice tidy over so far. And this one is just turned to the leg side. They'll think about a second, and they will come very sharp running indeed from there, from both those players. Instant communication. O'Brien called for it, and that was a very good 2 runs. 139 for 4. O'Brien moves on to 3.
Clever cricket.
Schlemmer comes in and bowls, and O'Brien makes room for himself. He'll only get the single though as it goes out to the fielder on the cover boundary just in front of the grandstand. The shadows now just starting to appear on the ground, and this one is played just up to mid-wicket by Edwards. No run. Tidy over so far from Schlemmer, just what his captain would have wanted. Final ball of his second over, and it's just tickled around the corner where Layman does the fielding. So that brings the end of the 28th over. 141 for 4. Edwards 8 not out. O'Brien 4. Thoughts, Sam, on where we're at, how the MCC can find a wicket?
How they can find a wicket is putting a bit more pressure on it. George Scott is going to be key in all this. Played all that professional cricket throughout his time here with Middlesex. Would have played on this ground a few times. And I know we talk about the slope a lot, but actually it can be difficult if you've not played on this ground to come on first time. So George Scott will know the conditions. Has he got 5 overs left, 2 for 17? You'd imagine he'll bowl this 10, won't he?
Well, it'll be good if he does, as he comes charging in when he bowls. And this one beats again. Edwards outside the off stump. It just looked as though it's just shaping away. And Edwards came forward. Could so easily have got something on that.
That said, it's probably only 8 overs he's got, given it's a 40 over game, isn't it?
It'll only be 8, won't it? So he said, well, this is his 6th. But it probably makes sense to bowl him out, doesn't it? See if he can get it with this as a shortish delivery. And nearly trickled back onto his stumps. He tried to cut it away and just got a edge, and that was heading back to his stumps, and he was light to it and just kicked it away. Could so easily have been the 5th wicket down for the MCC. Scott definitely continuing to cause problems, as this one is just guided down to 3rd by Edwards. One more onto the total. 143 for 4. 142 for 4. Sorry, brings O'Brien on strike. Well, you were saying don't let him get 10 from 10. Well, he's faced 8 deliveries so far for 4. So in that regard, MCC can be reasonably happy, but they'd like to see the back of him. Scott, nice full delivery, and well, that's hit hard, and fielder Schlemmer will come round on the offside boundary, and it'll be 2 more to the total. O'Brien moves on to 6.
Yeah, he won't be worried. He's more than capable of catching up, don't you worry about that.
Yeah. 144 for 4. 72 runs required, 68 deliveries. Scott, he's in, and mistimed by O'Brien. Trickles out of the offside end. No, still 1 more delivery left in this over. 144 for 4. So O'Brien, I guess he's quite a destructive batsman, is he, when he gets going?
Yes, he certainly is.
And this final delivery by Scott is again he's bowled very well, just beats O'Brien outside the off stump. So that's the end of the 29th over, 144 for 4. Just that little equation left, 72 runs to win. 66 deliveries, but roughly still run a ball, and of course any boundaries in between time. So realistically, this is probably about wickets rather than about runs.
Yeah, and I wonder what that conversation between O'Brien and Edwards was. Was it, well, let's just see off George Scott, he's only got a couple left. Is it, let's put some pressure back on them, try and have a big over, or is it just keep going? Very much in their hands at the moment, I think we'd say.
It is in their hands. Well, Schlemmer's to continue from the pavilion end, and well, this one, Edwards comes down the pitch, hits it hard straight up to mid-on. Just the one run, 145 for 4. And this one is hit hard, but not really middled, actually, by, I think it was O'Brien. Yeah, it was O'Brien, wasn't it? And but he'll pick up a single, 146 for 4. And another nice looking stroke from Edwards, just stroked down the ground. 3 singles so far from this over.
They're using their feet nicely, these two. Looked like O'Brien was just trying to play it inside out over extra cover, that previous ball, but he's got such quick hands. It's almost like, you know, when you see someone like a Butler with hockey hands play those wristy shots. O'Brien's similar to that.
So he's facing now as Schlemmer comes down, and he makes space for himself and cuts it out into the offside. One more on the total, 148 for 4.
Got Umesh Valjee out there riding the boundary. Into his 50s, Umesh Valjee. What a cricketer.
Age 50, is he? As this one.
50
Dot
and a
ball.
bit.
Okay, very impressive.
Playing for England for well over 30 years.
And Schlemmer, this final delivery of his over, and Edwards just plays it up to mid-off, and one single, so I think it was, what, 5 runs off the over? 149 for 4. So it'll be interesting to see if Scott continues, and whether or not your prediction of the conversation is right. I think that is the sensible thing, though, to certainly see him off. And it's absolutely no problem at all. If you're picking up 4 or 5 and over for the next period of time, there's plenty of time to accelerate. We've got, what, 10 overs left.
Yeah, they'll be quite happy. It's ticking up a little bit, 6.7, but until it gets to 8 or 9, even then it doesn't really worry teams anymore.
It really doesn't, particularly with this shorter boundary. So there's a peel for caught behind, and he's gone. Edwards is gone, and well, Scott deserved that. He's beaten them outside the off stump a number of times, and Edwards went back to try and make a bit of space, and he got an outside edge, the wicketkeeper straight through to Ellis, and well, this game is very definitely alive. 149 for 5.
Yeah, and it's that one that moves actually back up the slope. It's the same as it got Flynn. He was just playing, starts outside off stump, trying to work it down to third, and actually got cramped for Reuben. That's what Scott has done really well. You can see his experience coming through. He's just not giving that width. There aren't those 4 balls that some of the other bowlers might have been offering up. Bowser again was cramped for Reuben, got that leading edge, so he's potentially a game, certainly a game changing potentially. Maybe it'll be a game defining hand from Scott. Who knows?
Well, he's certainly brought his team right back into this, and so we've now got Price coming in, Josh Price.
Yeah, looks like Josh Price to me. He would open the batting, or does open the batting for the England deaf side. Really explosive player. He had a couple of low scores at the start of that recent England deaf versus India series. They were just, you can see a batter getting frustrated because he just would get 10 or 15 balls and couldn't get it off the square, kept going to fielders, but he exploded in the second half of the series. I think he got 350s in the end in the last 4 games, very quickly as well. So hits a hard ball, Josh Price, very good player.
Well, all credit to MCC, the way they've hung in there in this game, and definitely making this an interesting contest. As Scott's in again, and he bowls, and this one they set off for a quick single. They will get it. Sharp bit of fielding from Schlemmer coming in on the cover, and that brings up the 150 for 182 deliveries, 150 for 5, and we are in the 31st over. The equation, 66 required of 58 delivery. Scott's in, and this is hit hard and straight to the fielder at mid-off by O'Brien. He's 8 not out of 14 deliveries. That was the first time he's looked to play slightly more expansively, but he wasn't able to get it past the fielder. Scott, this is his 7th over. He bowls, and this one is hit out into the offside. They'll come back for a couple. So O'Brien moves on to 10 from 15 deliveries. What does that mean, Sam? 10, not 10 from 10, but 10 from 15.
Means he'll be getting ready to go, I reckon. Getting ready to go, so I'm just limbering up those shoulders.
As Scott comes in, and well, that he has just flicked nonchalantly into the grandstand for 6. So, Sam, you called it.
16 from 16.
16 from 16.
Told you we could catch up.
158 for 5. And that was a lovely shot. Not a lot wrong with that delivery, but he was on it very, very quickly. If there's anything, he's marginally short, but nothing more than that. Scott bowls, and this one is straight through to the wicketkeeper. And end of the over, 158 for 5.
And suddenly, just with that one stroke of not a bad ball, suddenly it's a very good over for the ECB. 9 from it. Yes, they lost that wicket, but O'Brien, I think, is going to start to get going. I think Scott, from that end, what's he got? 1 left. We'll just have to hide it a little bit further outside off stump, because anything too straight to O'Brien and to Price actually will go over that leg side boundary.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one that whether you yeah, I mean they've just got to keep taking wickets, haven't they?
Yeah, you can't, as in, would you leave Scott for another 1 or 2?
Yeah.
He's only got 1 left now, but you've got to keep bowling.
I think you've got to keep bowling him.
You can't leave him for overs that don't exist.
But you probably hope that you'll be facing Price at the start of the next over. It's Schlemmer who will continue. He's been pretty tidy so far. And this one just turned into the leg side by Price. Nice easy single. 159 for 5. It'll be interesting to see how O'Brien approaches this one. He's now in, he's set, he's 16 not out, and whether he looks to put a bit more pressure on Schlemmer. And he's chipped it really just down the ground. It'll just be a single. Slightly aerial, but no danger. 160 for 5 brings Price back onto strike. As this one is going to be called, well, it's not called a wide. I wonder, did it just flick the pad? It must have just flicked the pad as it went through.
A little glance, Josh Price, didn't he, at the umpire?
He did, as this one again not called a wide.
So it's because the umpire's basically saying that because Josh Price is shuffling across, it sort of changes. As soon as you take a step across, it changes that automatic leg side wide.
Yeah. So Schlemmer, this one is just pushed into the offside by Price. No run. Another tidy over from Schlemmer so far. It all looks quite innocuous, but the batsman not really able to get anything away. This one is just turned into the leg side by Price, so he'll pick up a single. 161 for 5. Schlemmer's very tidy at the moment, 15 runs conceded from his 4 overs. So I imagine they'll keep bowling him for a little bit longer. And yeah, it does look as though Scott is going to bowl himself out. This is what he really wanted. He'll get to bowl at Price at the start of this over. The equation, 59 required, 48 deliveries. Sorry, 55 required, sorry, from 48 deliveries. So still roughly a run a ball. Scott's final over. How much would the MCC like another wicket from him? And he bowls, and this is just turned into the leg side and trickles out. And one more to the total. 162 for 5. Price moves on to 4. Brings O'Brien on to strike. What is Scott going to do with this one? Where does he say? Does he just try to push it a bit further outside the off stump? Well, it doesn't matter what he's done, because O'Brien has absolutely got hold of that, and he's just thwacked it into the grandstand. Totally middled that. And that was a terrific shot. Absolutely terrific shot. That takes the total 168 for 5. O'Brien moves on to 23. You do feel that for the MCC to have any chance, they've got to find a way to get O'Brien out. And there's more runs here as he hits it hard into the offside. I think it will only actually be 1 as the fielder is quickly in off the boundary. So again, Scott will be bowling to Price.
That's the thing, at this run rate, I mean, it's only really a boundary every 2 overs they need, because then you pick up the singles and suddenly you got your 12-13.
As this delivery is hit, well, play and miss from Price. How many times have we seen Scott beat batsmen outside the off stump? And so the score remains 169 for 5. This is Scott's got just 2 more deliveries. He certainly has looked very, very threatening indeed as he's up to the stumps, and this one is just patted into the offside, and tip and run. Price is off, 170 for 5. It brings O'Brien on to strike. This is Scott's final delivery. He has, in his last few overs, just taken a little bit more punishment. But what can he do? He's up now, he bowls, and this is just played very correctly by O'Brien into the offside, well directed, and they come back for a couple. 172 for 5 at the end of the 33rd over. O'Brien on 26. Terrific bit of bowling from Scott. 8 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 40. He really has ensured that his side are firmly in this game, but it now requires who else is going to step up as a bowler.
Yeah, look good, Scott. Just figures harmed a little bit by those couple of late 6s from Liam O'Brien into the leg side. Just when he went too straight, when he was outside off stump, picked up a couple of wickets that way. Flynn fell. A little bit of punishment from O'Brien.
So it's Schlemmer. And this first one is tickled around the corner very, very nicely. I think they'll come back for certainly 2. Good bit of fielding there by Layman, and it will keep it down to a 2. So 2 more to Price, and the total 174 for 5. The equation is now 42 required from 41 deliveries. So wickets, 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 wickets for the MCC. Just picking up the singles for the ECB, and they'll get 1 more here. This one's turned into the leg side, and the players scamper through. 175 for 5 brings O'Brien on to strike. So far he's been very happy to play Schlemmer pick up the singles, but whether or not he'll look to be more expansive, but this first one he just hits it straight down the ground, down towards mid-off. 176 for 5. Price over his bat now. On strike, we're just getting reorganised field. Got 2 players out on the leg side boundary. This is well, a slight misfield. Price is able to get a single down towards deep mid-off. 177 for 5. Game, lovely equation, 39 required off 38 deliveries. As this one just spoons up into the offside. Dot ball. Schlemmer continues to be very, very tidy. And final delivery of the over is just turned by O'Brien into the leg side, and one more to the total. 178 for 5. O'Brien 28 not out, and Price is on 9.
Well, we were talking about how well George Scott bowled. There's his pitch map from his 8 overs, 3 wickets there. And you can just, I would guess, I can't be absolutely certain, but a couple of those balls just in the blue strip are the ones that disappeared into the grandstand. Picked up a couple of wickets with those ones that started 5th, 6th stump line, just came back into Callum Flynn for a cracking spell from the skipper. Doesn't look like it's going to be enough though, does it?
Doesn't look like it's going to be enough. We've got, looks like Uffindall is coming in now from the pavilion. This is dangerous because he's bowling to O'Brien on the shorter leg side boundary, but this first one is just a single as it's turned into the leg side. So that's 179 for 5, brings Price onto strike. But this is the dangerous moment for the MCC.
Just about keeping their heads now, isn't it, for the ECB?
As Uffindall comes in, and that's short, and that's going to be runs as he's got this very fine. And well, actually, they'll only get the 1 for it in the end. 180 for 5. Not a great delivery from Uffindall. But I just wonder, is this just a chance to sort of attempt them to go to the shorter boundary? Well, that's what he's done on that one, and he's carted that into the grandstand for 6. Down on one knee, and absolutely got hold of that, planted it. O'Brien, he moves to 35 off just 26 deliveries, the total 186 for 5. Just a sense now that this is slipping away from the MCC, and it's a wide delivery from now, signalled a wide. One more to the total, 187 for 5.
And it was brave, wasn't it, bringing an off-spinner on with this short boundary?
It was a very brave decision. As this one, well, he could be out. It's in the air. It's in the air. Oh, he's dropped just down in front of us. It was a difficult catch. It was coming straight out of the sun. The player in front of us, I'm not quite sure. He got in the end 2 hands to it, but he literally had moments to see it. And this one from Price, he's going to pick up a few more as it's out into the offside. 190 for 5. Price moving to 11. We might have a look at that replay again. It was a terribly difficult chance coming out of the sun. As Uffindall comes in again, and that's the end of a very eventful over. A 6, a drop catch, but the end result is the ECB are 190 for 5, requiring just 26 to win of 30 deliveries. They've got 5 wickets in hand. Be nice to have a look at it. I don't know whether we can see that replay again, but it was one of those ones where the fielder had lost it, and then suddenly it was on him, and he actually got 2 hands to it. It would have been a terrific reflex catch at that point, but it just bounced out of his hands, and you do feel that was a crucial moment that could well have seen the back of O'Brien.
Let's have a look at it now, shall we? That's the 6 from Price. I still feel though.
That's Schlemmer, and this one has been hit hard and hit well for 4. That was just a rank long hop from Schlemmer. He's bowled very well up until this point, but that's some very meat and drink for O'Brien. He's just latched onto that and clattered that away, and he moves to 40. The total 194 for 5.
What was he, 10 off 15? Now 40 off 28?
10 off 15, 40 off 28. That's absolutely right. You absolutely called it, Sam. That's what can Schlemmer do now? It's a flatter delivery, and Schlemmer's fielded well of his own bowling. He still hasn't got up, and he doesn't look hurt to me. But
I think it was a drop catch.
You think was it a catch?
It was low to his left. I think it was just disappointment he stayed down on the ground. It was hit hard.
We'll have a look at that, whether or not it was a catch or not. As this one is with an appeal for leg before wicket. I think it was just drifting down the leg side, and probably more an appeal out of desperation than anything else. 194 for 5, 22 required of 27 deliveries, and that one is, well, interesting. That was not called a wide. Did it just flick the pad? It looks as though O'Brien's hurt himself slightly with his leg.
His right hamstring.
He's doing a sort of Basil Fawlty type impression with his stretching out his leg.
I'm sure he'll be delighted with the comparison. John Cleese ever struck a ball as well. He loves his cricket though, John Cleese, mind you.
Schlemmer's in, and this one is, well, they're going to be certainly 1 run, maybe 2. I think it's probably byes going to be signalled. Just have a look at the umpire's signal as well, but 2 more. It is a leg bye, so it just flicked the pad as it went past. 196 for 5. O'Brien on strike. Can MCC find a wicket? As this one, as Brian just comes very correctly forward and happy to end the over. 196 for 5. The equation is 20 required to win of just 24 deliveries, but so long as these 2 are here, that looks like a very, very comfortable thing. And we have got O'Brien's, whether it's a bit of cramp.
He looks less comfortable than the scorecard. Josh Price just having to double up as physio. I feel it's almost the weather's too nice. The sun, right, we're back at the end where the drop catch was. That sun is just right in the line of sight.
Uffindall, nice looking shot. It's a delivery, rather, that looping delivery that Price tried to get on, but didn't connect with it. So a dot ball. 20 required from 23 deliveries, and that one is going to be called a wide. Just drifted away outside the off stump.
Just trying to hide it, but going too far.
Just going too far. As this one is just chopped away by nicely by Price, and he's actually going to get 4 from it. He just didn't really, it was just all in the timing, and great placement. So that brings up the 200. 200 for 5. Price moves on to 15.
Smart batting from him as well.
It was just very smart batting. He just timed it. Didn't try and hit it too hard. Timed and guided. And this one, Uffindall, I'm afraid it's another wide. Brings the total to 202 for 5. That's the second wide. Then that's also this one. More runs here. Probably just the one. As it trickles down into the third area. 203 for 5. Brings O'Brien back onto strike. Just 13 required now from 21 deliveries. I feel this game is firmly becoming the ECB's, as this next delivery from O'Brien hammers it out into the offside. 1 more onto the total. 204 for 5.
I think it became the ECB's about 10 overs ago.
And this one is, well, that was hit into the ground. I thought for a second that might have been top edge catch, but it wasn't. As Uffindall, this is his final delivery, and there'll be one more to the total, as it's just square cut into the offside by Price. So that's the end of the 37th over, with the total 205 for 5, 11 required to win from 18 deliveries. And Uffindall's bowled very well, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 47. But he's certainly put a lot into it. Got an important wicket, but it's not quite going to be enough, short of something completely miraculous in these next 3 overs.
Yeah, there's the worm on screen, and they've just been ahead all the way through that middle period. For quite a sustained period, they've been ahead, and now I feel like it's impossible to stop them.
And this first delivery is a dot ball, as it's Schlemmer continuing. So he has 2 more to go, and this one is hit hard, but it'll only be a single, as it's out to the cover boundary.
Josh Price just hitting his England opening teammate on the leg there. I don't think Umesh Valjee quite judged that one in the shade down there.
206 for 5, 10 runs required, and that one is turned by O'Brien into the leg side, but just really plops down in front of him. Both these players, batters just taking it very easy, just gently guiding their side home. As well, this one's hit very hard, and that looks as though it's going to go for 4. It has gone for 4, as O'Brien picked his spot, and 210 for 5, so just 6 required now for an ECB victory.
O'Brien just 5 short of a half century. Would he fancy a little half century at Lord's? Yes, he would, absolutely, and he's going to have to do it in style if he's going to get there.
Well, he's got the long boundary to his leg side, otherwise he can plant this into the grandstand on the offside. But this one he's just played very correctly down the pitch, down towards mid-on. 1 more to the total, so 211, just 5 to win. Price is on strike. He's on 18 not out from 22 deliveries. O'Brien 46 from 37. As, this one is pushed out into the offside by Price, and they'll come through for a single. So it's a boundary now will do it. That is the end of the over. 38 over. What's great is we've seen a good contest. It looks pretty certain to be an ECB victory, but this has gone into the 39th over, and we've seen a lot of people get to bowl, a lot of people get to bat, and as for an inaugural fixture, disability fixture, it's been a tremendous game of cricket, and the level of skill has just been very, very exciting for us to watch.
Well, it's funny, I was chatting to Richard Hill and Neil Bradshaw and Steve Morgan, who covers a little bit of the disability game as well, and it's so common, people are surprised by the standard, and Richard Hill said to me, it's our best kept secret, but the aim is not to keep it a secret, to push it so that people hear about it, because he said standard's brilliant. So you've got all 11 on the ECB side are internationals, and then a couple of England internationals on the MCC side as well. Umesh, Jimmy Dixon,
he's up to the stumps, he bowls, and that first delivery, it's called a wide. I'm afraid, what a rather disappointing way for the game to end. It's gone away for 4 wides, and that that is very, very disappointing way for a super game of cricket, for so many reasons, to end. But the reality is the game was won by the ECB. Anyway, they were comfortably ahead, and so the ECB win this inaugural fixture by 5 wickets, and all credit to the players. They put on a tremendous spectacle, and what a wonderful, wonderful game of cricket. We're down here bathed in sunlight in Lords, as Sam said, possibly the best day of the summer we've had so far, and we've loved it, and the players look as though they loved it as well.
I reckon Jimmy Dixon just didn't want Liam O'Brien to get 50.
They know each other quite well, do they?
But there'll be a few words said. Oh, it's brilliant. Josh Price, Liam O'Brien winning the game. A showcase event. Hopefully, as you say, it's the inaugural one. Hopefully it becomes an annual thing, and it can grow and flourish. Because it's far from Lords' biggest crowd of the year, but it's the nicest day of the year, and there's an argument to say it's one of the most important. Certainly the most wholesome, I feel, this day. So it's been wonderful, been lovely to be part of it. Action on the main ground and on that nursery ground. So much happened. And a decent crowd, actually. I was surprised when they went out onto the outfield at lunch, which you can't do in a test match. I was surprised how many people were here, actually.
Yeah, a lot of people, and wasn't that a lovely, lovely scene with families and supporters all out, presumably coming to watch their sons, family members play. But yeah, look, we've had a terrific day. We started at 9:30 this morning with the visually impaired teams, and we're finishing now at just past 6 o'clock with the ECB beating the MCC by 5 wickets. Hope you've enjoyed our commentary today. Hope you've enjoyed listening as much as we've enjoyed watching. And on that note, from Sam and me, wishing you a very, very good evening, and hopefully we'll have you all back here next year to watch this fixture again.